You're lying here in your bed, and the quiet of the night has settled around you like a soft blanket that's too heavy to shake off. You feel tired, not just in your muscles, but deep in the rhythm of your breath, in the slow drag of your thoughts as they settle into their usual pattern, looping back on themselves, reaching for things that can't be changed, holding on to moments that have already passed, like a sentence left hanging mid-sentence. The day has ended, and yet something inside you hasn't stopped speaking. It's not loud, just persistent. The way the hum of old wiring stays alive long after the lights are off. You're tired of trying to finish everything in this moment. You've spent hours letting your mind run through conversations that didn't go as planned, decisions that weren't ideal, things left unsaid or undone. Not because you need answers now, but because your body is ready to rest and your mind won't let it. The silence around you makes the thoughts louder, not quieter. It's like the night itself has become a space where nothing ends, where every idea floats without closure.
That's okay. You don't have to fix it. There's no need to solve anything right now. No requirement to clear your mind or force yourself into sleep. What you're doing is simply being here, lying still on the bed, feeling its support beneath you, breathing in and out with a natural rhythm that doesn't have to be perfect. This recording isn't meant to treat or change anything about how your mind works. It's not medical advice, psychological guidance, or therapeutic intervention. This is only for relaxation, just one of many ways you might let yourself sink into rest when the world feels too awake and your body insists on stillness. You can listen while lying down, with your eyes closed or open, in any position that holds you comfortably. It's not meant for driving, operating machinery, making decisions, supervising others, or anything else where attention is required. This space belongs only to quiet. You are always free to stop at any moment. Pause the recording, move, stretch, turn over, sit up, get out of bed if that feels right. No part of this script demands your obedience. You may ignore any phrase without consequence. There's no hidden message or secret instruction buried in these words. If a sentence doesn't land with you, let it drift away. The only thing required is that you stay present enough to feel the weight of your body on the mattress. The warmth where your skin meets fabric, and the steady rise and fall of air through your nose and mouth.
The bed supports you exactly as it does every night, not more or less. It doesn't care about your thoughts. It simply holds your shape without trying to fix it. The weight of your limbs settles into place like stones in water. Slow, quiet, no need to adjust. You can notice how the mattress molds around you, not because you're supposed to, but just because it's there. Soft where pressure meets surface, firm at the edges, warm from the heat already stored in its fibers. The air in the room moves gently over your skin. Not cold, not hot, just quiet. It doesn't need to be noticed. But if you let yourself feel it, you might notice how little effort that takes. A breeze isn't necessary for this kind of awareness. Just a slight shift in temperature near your face or neck, like the faintest breath against your skin. Your breathing is already beginning to slow. Not because you're forcing it, not because you've decided to do anything differently, but simply because your body has stopped resisting sleep. You don't have to control how deep each breath goes, or how long you hold it. Just let them come and go on their own, like waves at the edge of a shore that never asks for permission. You're allowed to notice thoughts as they arrive, not to chase them, not to follow their direction, but simply to recognize them. A memory forms. Maybe a moment from earlier today, or something you've thought about before, and instead of letting it pull you under, let it float past like smoke in the air, without needing to track where it came from or what it meant. You don't have to stop thinking to be calm. You're not required to erase anything. There's no rule that says you must think less in order to rest better. Thoughts can come and go as they please. This is not a battle.
The only thing being asked of you is awareness. The ability to notice when something arises and then return, not back to thinking, but simply to where your body feels most grounded. Let yourself feel how the weight of your shoulders rests against the mattress, not because it's supposed to be heavy, but because it just is. It doesn't need to shift or change. Just stay there as a point of contact, a place for attention to anchor if you choose. Your hands are relaxed where they lie on top of your body, or maybe tucked beneath you, palms open and loose. The warmth from them spreads into the fabric beneath, not because it's meaningful, but because heat naturally moves through skin and cloth. You might feel one hand slightly cooler than the other, or notice how the fingers curl just a little without intent. No need to straighten them. There's no goal here except for ease. No progress to measure, no outcome to achieve. The only thing that matters is what you're feeling right now. The soft pressure of your body meeting the bed, the quiet hum of silence pressing in from all sides, and the way your breath moves through your chest like a slow tide. Your mind keeps returning to thoughts, not because it wants to hurt you, but because that's how minds work when they're tired. They don't know how else to process what's left unresolved, what feels unfinished. You've carried these ideas throughout the day, and now that the lights are off, they come out again like old files pulled from a drawer. No need for urgency. No reason to close them. You can let them be where they are. Not fixed, not silenced, just acknowledged. You don't have to do anything with them. Whether it's something you regret saying, or someone else who said something that still echoes inside you. Whether it's an unfinished task on your list, or a worry about tomorrow. None of it needs completion now. This isn't the time for answers. It's not the place for solutions or corrections. This is just space where thoughts can exist without being acted upon. You're allowed to notice them as passing sensations, not as truths, not as commands, not as obligations, but as mental events that appear and disappear on their own, like birds crossing a window pane in flight. Your attention doesn't have to follow every one of them. It's okay if you don't understand where they came from or why they're here now. You aren't responsible for managing the entire stream of your thoughts. All you need to do is feel how it feels when you stop trying to move through them. To let each one drift like a leaf on a slow moving river. Not resisting, not clinging. Let your awareness return again and again. Not with effort, but with ease. To what's already present. The weight in your limbs. The warmth of air near your skin. The way your chest rises and falls without instruction. And right now, that's exactly what your body is doing. Slowing down, releasing the tension of having been awake for so long. Letting go of the need to respond, to analyze, to prepare. You can let thoughts rise and fall like clouds in a wide sky. No judgment, no effort to chase or catch them.
Whether it's something you've thought about before, something just now forming, or even nothing at all, the only thing that matters is how it feels when you don't push back. Your body has been awake long enough. It's tired of needing to stay alert, to keep checking in, to rehearse what might happen tomorrow. You're allowed to let go, not because you've done everything right, but because rest isn't earned. It doesn't require permission. You can let your breath settle into a rhythm that doesn't need to be perfect, just present. Like the slow rise and fall of something resting in water. Your chest moves with quiet persistence, not because you're directing it, but because your body knows how to do this without needing to think about it. There's no reason to shape it or fix its pace. It simply is. And as that rhythm holds steady, you might notice the way sound travels differently now. How even the faintest noise in the room takes on a texture. Not of meaning, but of presence.
A hum from the refrigerator down the hall, distant and soft, like something breathing far away. The creak of a floorboard beneath someone else's house, or perhaps just your own body shifting slightly as you release more into the mattress. You don't need to identify it, assign it a source, or decide whether it should be there. It can simply exist, part of the quiet background hum that settles around you like dust in still air. Your fingers rest where they've come to lie. Not because you chose their position, but because gravity and fatigue have guided them gently into place. The tips might feel slightly numb from lying still for so long, or maybe a little tingly as circulation finds its way back through the nerves. Neither of which needs fixing. Neither of which is important right now. You don't need to adjust your hand or wiggle your fingers just because they've gone quiet. Just let them stay where they are, the weight of them pressing into the bedsheet, like a signature left behind without intent. There's no story attached to that pressure. No message. It simply is. The thoughts still come, yes, but not as commands, not as demands. They arrive more like echoes from another room, muffled by distance and time. You might hear one surface in your mind, the faint outline of a sentence that didn't get finished earlier today, or the memory of someone's tone when they said something you are still trying to sort through. Yet there's no need to follow it, no need to answer. You can let it drift like smoke from a candle long since snuffed out, rising slowly, spreading thin, and disappearing into space without being seen. Your awareness doesn't have to catch it, or hold on to it, or even name it. It can simply be acknowledged,
like noticing that the sky is blue when you happen to look up and then turn back again to what's already beneath your body. The firmness of the mattress, the way the fabric clings slightly to your skin.
If one returns again and again, it's not because it matters more than the others. It's simply because that's how minds work when they've been awake too long. They keep replaying fragments like old recordings on a loop, not out of obsession, but from habit, from fatigue, from the body's need to process without direction. You don't have to stop them. You don't even have to watch. You can simply allow each one to float past you, like leaves caught in a current that moves too slowly for anyone to follow. The river doesn't care if it loses its passengers. It only knows how to flow. And so does your mind, when given permission not to fight the movement. It's okay if thoughts come and go without your approval. It's fine if you don't understand why one surfaces now instead of another. There's no requirement for clarity or sequence. The only thing that matters is whether what you're feeling feels like release, not effort. Your body remembers how to rest even when the mind doesn't believe it can. You've been awake longer than your limbs would prefer. Your muscles don't know why they must stay alert, why their nerves still hum with anticipation of tomorrow's demands.
But now that the lights are off and silence has settled in, you're allowed not to be ready for anything. There's no need to rehearse conversations or review decisions. You aren't expected to plan your way into sleep. Just lying here is enough. You might notice how even your thoughts slow down when you stop trying to manage them. Not because they vanished, but because their urgency fades, like a radio signal that grows weaker the farther you move from the tower. The ones that used to feel urgent now seem distant, like something happening in another life or another time. They don't pull at your attention anymore. Instead, they slip through your awareness almost unnoticed, like shadows passing over the floor when the light changes. There's no need to keep track of what you've thought about today, or yesterday, or even years ago. You can let them all stay where they are, unclaimed, unfinished, unsolved. The mind isn't required to fix everything just because it remembers everything. And your body doesn't have to carry the weight of every unresolved moment in order to rest. Let the silence deepen not as a goal, but as something that happens naturally when you stop resisting. It's not empty. It's full of things that don't need names. The softness beneath your hips, the way air moves across your cheek without touching anything important. the warmth pooling around your ankles where your blanket has shifted slightly in sleep. You can feel it all, even if only for a moment, without needing to hold on. There's no rule saying you must be aware of everything at once. There's also no penalty for losing track of thoughts or drifting away from them without permission. The mind doesn't have to stay sharp just because you're lying down. It can wander, dawdle, lose its way if that's what it wants.
You might find yourself noticing how your breathing changes, not in response to anything, but simply because your body is no longer trying to keep up with the day's demands. The breath becomes slower, softer, less deliberate, like a tide gently pulling back from shore after a long stretch of motion. You don't need to guide it or deepen it or lengthen it. Just let it unfold as it will. And in that unfolding, you might feel something else. Not peace exactly, but the absence of resistance. Not thinking about whether this is working. Not checking if you're going deeper. Not wondering how long you've been lying here.
You can simply be, without purpose, without need, without any task to perform. Your body knows what to do when it's allowed to stop pretending. The room doesn't expect anything from you. The darkness isn't waiting for a signal or a response. The air holds no judgment about your thoughts, your exhaustion, or the things left unsaid. You don't need to apologize for being tired. You aren't failing because you can't shut off your mind. There is nothing wrong with wanting rest and still finding yourself in the middle of another thought. You can let go not by forcing silence, but by allowing space. Not by trying harder, but by letting softer things take over. Like the way warmth spreads slowly through the bed when it has been undisturbed for a while. Or how your skin begins to feel less aware of its edges as fatigue seeps deeper into muscle and nerve. Your thoughts don't have to be helpful. They don't need to lead anywhere meaningful. You aren't required to understand them or change them just because they're here now. Let each one remain where it lands, like a feather dropped from the sky, floating down without direction. landing softly on ground that doesn't care. You can notice how your limbs feel heavier, not as a burden, but as an invitation to sink further into the bed, to let gravity take over, to stop resisting what is already happening. There's no need to hold yourself upright anymore. No reason to stay awake just because you've been told you should be able to. You might feel how your shoulders begin to settle into the mattress, as if they finally found a shape that fits, no longer holding the weight of what you were supposed to do or say or think earlier today. The edges where skin meets fabric soften, not because anything has changed in the room, but because your attention no longer demands precision from them. There's room now for things to blur, the way light pools at the foot of the bed without needing a source. The way sound gathers in corners like dust that settles slowly when nothing stirs it. You don't have to name what's there. You aren't asked to listen to every faint creak or distant hum. They come and go with no need for acknowledgement. There's a quiet rhythm in how your
Body releases pressure from one place after another. First the jaw, then the base of the skull, then the small of your back as it relaxes into the contour that's already been made by your shape over time. It's not effortful. It's not something you're doing on purpose. It just happens when there's no need to brace for anything ahead. Your hands lie open now, palms up or down, depending on what feels easiest. No longer gripping air as if they might reach for a solution that won't come. The thoughts still rise from time to time, not all at once, not with urgency, but one by one, like small ripples spreading across the surface of something very deep and still.
They don't pull you in. They drift past without asking permission. You notice them. Yes, like seeing shapes pass through fog. But there's no demand on you to react or follow. The space between thoughts is becoming longer than the thought itself. Not because you're stopping it from coming back, but because your attention has learned that returning isn't required. There's a kind of stillness forming not in spite of motion, but alongside it, the way warmth spreads through fabric when sunlight hits it at an angle, or how air shifts ever so slightly beneath the blanket, as if something inside is breathing just for you. You can let yourself be held by this moment without needing to believe in anything beyond what's true right now. That your body is lying down and no longer running toward the next thing. You don't have to make sense of why certain thoughts keep returning. You aren't responsible for their pattern or repetition. They might appear again not because you failed, but simply because they're part of a system that hasn't been turned off yet. Like old messages sitting in an inbox no one checks anymore. And just as the phone doesn't require you to read every notification, neither does your mind have to answer each one. The way light changes through the window isn't important.
Whether it's dark or dimming, further matters little. The fact that sound still exists outside, cars passing, a distant siren, the soft sigh of wind against glass, isn't something you need to interpret or place into meaning. You can let those sounds move through your awareness as if they belong somewhere else entirely. Not here with you, not in this part of your body where things are slowing. Your breath continues without fanfare. No dramatic rise and fall, no effort to stretch it longer or slow it down. It just is. A quiet movement between warmth and coolness, moving through the throat like air passing over still water. You can feel how even the smallest movements within you, the shift of blood under skin, the slight pulse at your wrist, don't need to be noticed unless they ask for attention. There's no rule about how long this should last or when it will end. There's no scorecard waiting somewhere that checks whether you've done enough letting go. You aren't behind on rest. You're not falling short because thoughts linger. The fact that your mind keeps reaching out doesn't mean you have to keep answering. Let each one pass like a shadow across the floor. Long, soft-edged, barely visible. Then fade into the corners where light doesn't reach. There's no need to hold on to them or push them away. You can allow them to stay unresolved, just as they are. Incomplete sentences floating through air that isn't asking for completion. There's a quiet kind of listening happening now, not focused on sounds from outside, but inward, toward the way your body feels when it stops pretending it needs to be ready. The muscles don't need permission anymore to stop fighting against fatigue. They can let go not because they've won, but because they've stopped needing to win. You might notice how one limb, maybe a foot or an arm, begins to feel less like part of you and more like something that exists independently. Warm, separate, gently resting in its own place on the bed. Not attached by will, not driven by purpose, just there. And when it drifts slightly, as if shifting into a new position without direction, you don't need to follow it or correct it. There's no story being told, no thread connecting one moment to another. There's just this: your spine aligning with the mattress, not because of posture, but because
gravity has taken over completely. Your pelvis settling lower than before, not by effort, but because there's nothing left to hold up. You can feel how silence isn't empty when you stop trying to fill it. It becomes full in its own way, a kind of soft presence made of absence, of not needing to say anything, of not having to fix or explain. You don't have to be ready for tomorrow. You aren't expected to have answers before dawn. The mind doesn't need to complete what it started. It can pause without shame. There's no penalty for stopping mid-sentence. The only thing that matters is where your body is right now. Not what it was earlier, not what it will do later. You don't have to carry the memory of any conversation or decision. You aren't being tested on how much you remember. Your thoughts are allowed to remain unfinished, and so can you. There's a quiet space forming around your awareness where ideas come and go like leaves floating downstream, not pulled by anything, not attached to shore. They pass without leaving marks, and even if one returns, just once more, you can let it stay in the current instead of trying to catch it. Your hands feel heavier now, not because they're tired, but because they no longer need to do anything. You don't have to use them or plan with them. They're not tools anymore, just shapes resting on the bed, warm from having been near your body for a long time. The warmth in your legs spreads slowly, like heat rising through old stone after sunlight has left it behind. It's not urgent, not noticeable at first, but over time, you become aware of how much space there is between feeling and thinking. That even if something starts to move or shift inside you, you don't have to name it. You might notice the way your skin begins to feel less like a boundary and more like something that's part of the whole, part of the bed, part of the air, part of the quiet dark, not separate from what's around you, but simply existing within it without needing to defend itself. There's no demand on you to stay awake. No reason to hold on to your thoughts just because they're familiar. The mind can rest not by shutting down entirely, but by allowing itself to be still like a stream that slows when there's nothing pulling against it. You don't have to decide whether this is working or if you'll fall asleep soon. You aren't required to know what happens next. There's no need to predict how long the night will last or when morning might arrive. The only thing real right now is where your body lies, and that it doesn't have to do anything. Your breath continues without drama, without any effort to make it deeper or more even. It just moves in and out, as if remembering its own rhythm after a long time of being interrupted. You can feel how the air fills you, not because you're trying to breathe, but because your body knows what comes next when there's no need for action. Your breath moves through you like a current that finds its own level, no longer seeking depth or speed, just flowing where the quiet invites it. There's room now for things to rest without being named. Your shoulders soften, not because they're told to, but because there's nowhere left to carry them. The weight in your arms settles deeper into the bed, like stone, sinking slowly through warm mud. Not resisting, not waiting for permission to be still. You don't have to decide whether it feels good or bad. You only need to notice how it simply is, present without demand. The air around your face becomes less distinct at the edges, as if light itself has begun to blur where it meets shadow. There's no sharp line between inside and outside anymore. Not in temperature, not in pressure. Your skin doesn't feel like a border that must be guarded. Instead, it feels porous, open to the quiet, dark, without needing to close. You can let your thoughts drift now, not because you've succeeded at stopping them, but because they don't have anywhere to go. No task waiting for them, no reply required, no judgment on their return. There's a space between one thought and another that wasn't there before. Not silence exactly, but the absence of urgency. It's not empty. It holds something softer than sound or memory. Just presence, unasked for and unhurried. You can feel how thoughts don't need to be answered in order to disappear. Some vanish like footprints fading beneath a tide that doesn't care who walked there. Your feet are no longer separate from the bedclothes. They're part of it now, not as limbs trying to move, but as warm shapes nestled into fabric worn thin by time and touch. There's a stretch in your calves where tension used to gather, not because you've released it, but simply because nothing is asking for effort anymore. Your body isn't performing, it's just existing, without the need to explain or justify. You don't have to be aware of it. You can simply lie within it, as if the night has taken on a texture just for you, soft at first touch, then deepening into stillness that isn't cold but full like air after rain. You might notice how your breath slows, not because you've slowed it, but because there's no reason to rush. It doesn't need to be regulated or measured. There's a kind of rhythm emerging in the pause between inhales, not forced, not imagined, just natural. The way waves don't stop when they reach shore, but simply fall back into what comes next. Your awareness begins to feel less like an engine and more like water finding its level, without needing direction or control. You aren't watching your thoughts. You're letting them float past like shadows over a surface that doesn't ripple. They pass through without leaving ripples behind, because there's no one here demanding they stay. No one saying they must be caught. There's something in the way your spine curves now, not shaped by posture or effort, but by gravity alone. It's not perfect. It isn't meant to be. But it fits. The curve of bone and tissue settling into place as if remembering how to rest without instruction. There's no need to straighten. No pressure to hold position. You can allow your body to shape itself around the bed in ways that feel more like surrender than posture. Your hands are not holding anything, not even memory. They're just resting, palms up or down, whichever feels easier. Their warmth spreading slowly into the fabric beneath them. The heat from them is not urgent. It doesn't need to be shared. It's simply there, radiating quietly, as if your body has finally stopped trying to do something with its energy and decided instead to release it. You don't have to remember why you were thinking about anything earlier. You don't even have to know what the thought was, just that it passed like a cloud across sky you weren't looking at. There's no shame in forgetting. There's only space, vast and quiet, where nothing needs to be held.
The air near your neck feels different, not cool or warm exactly, but alive with stillness. It doesn't pull on your skin, doesn't demand attention. You can let it settle into the hollow behind your jaw, like breath that no longer has a destination. There's room for things to stay unfinished. Not because you're failing, but because completion isn't required. You might feel how even intention begins to lose its grip. No desire to act, no urge to change anything. Your mind doesn't need to fix itself or organize thoughts or make sense of the day. It can just be quiet in a way that's not forced, not earned, just allowed. There's a softness spreading through your hips now. Not tension, not strain, but something older. The kind of yielding that happens when muscles stop fighting gravity and simply let go. Your pelvis is no longer holding up anything. It's just resting, like soil after rain has soaked in. You don't have to be ready for tomorrow. You aren't expected to plan or prepare. There's no schedule ticking inside your chest.
The future isn't knocking. It's not even close enough to hear. What matters now is this: the soft pressure of your body against the mattress, the way warmth moves through your legs like slow light moving across stone, and the quiet that isn't silent but full of nothing needing to happen.
There's no point at which you must decide whether this is real or not. No moment when you're asked to believe in anything, to commit to a feeling or accept a truth. You can just lie here, your body settling deeper into the bed like water seeping into earth. No drama, no struggle, no effort. You don't have to be aware of being asleep or awake. The line between them has blurred into something else. Not awareness, not unconsciousness, but a quiet where neither needs to win.
Your breath moves in and out, as if guided by the night itself, not by you, not even by your mind, but by what's happening beneath all that effort, beneath all needing to do or fix. There's a kind of stillness forming around your thoughts, not because they're gone, but because they no longer need to be held. You can feel how your skin begins to lose its edge, no longer resisting the air, no longer trying to define where you end and everything else begins. You are not separate from this quiet. You are part of it, like a ripple in water that doesn't know it's moving because it has never known stillness. Your legs stretch slightly without effort, just enough for warmth to travel through them. Not seeking depth, but simply allowing itself to be felt. There's no need to control the sensation or understand its path. It moves as if guided by something older than intention, a natural flow that doesn't ask permission. The dark around you isn't empty. It holds the weight of your body without judgment. It remembers how tired you are, not from knowing your name, but from feeling the way your breath slows and your limbs sink deeper into the bed each moment. You don't have to finish anything. Not a sentence, not a decision, not even a thought. You can let them remain unspoken, unresolved, without consequence. There's no account to keep, no ledger of what you did or didn't think. Even if a memory surfaces, a fragment, a half-remembered tone, the shape of someone's face, it doesn't have to be met with response. It can drift by like mist across a field, not stopping to linger, not needing to explain why it came. There's no reason for you to do anything now, not even stay awake. You aren't required to make this moment meaningful or productive. There's only the quiet dark and your body lying within it, no longer carrying, no longer searching, just resting in the shape of itself. Your spine begins to soften where it meets the mattress. Not by choice, not by force, but as if gravity has finally found a way to settle into your bones. You don't need to adjust or align yourself. There's no correct position for this kind of rest. The curve of your back is already enough. Just as it is, with its quiet arc and the subtle give beneath you. Your arms lie where they've fallen, palms open like leaves left on a stone after rain. There's no intention behind their stillness, no purpose in how they drift at your sides. They aren't waiting to do anything. They're simply not resisting the weight of being here. A sound comes, faint, distant. A car passing far beyond the trees. Or perhaps a train moving through some unseen valley. Its tone muffled by distance and darkness. It doesn't belong to this room. It has no meaning for you now. You don't have to place it in time or space. You don't need to wonder what route it's taking or where it might end. The sound arrives not as a signal, but as part of the air itself. Something that fills the quiet without claiming it. Like dust settling in sunlight. It moves through your awareness and then fades, leaving behind only the feeling of passage, not purpose. You can let thoughts pass the same way. Not with judgment, not with resistance, but simply because they don't need to be held. A memory might rise, not sharp, not urgent, just a shape in the dark, a word half heard, a shadow at the edge of vision. It doesn't have to carry meaning. You aren't asked to trace its origin or decide whether it matters. Let it come as if it were part of the night's breathing, the kind that happens without anyone noticing. There's no need to follow it forward or backward. No reason to check what might be behind it. The thought doesn't have an end, and you don't have to find one. It can exist in the space between seconds, between breaths, as something neither true nor false, just passing through like a leaf caught in a slow current. Your breathing has slowed now. Not forced, not adjusted, but shaped by what lies beneath your ribs. By the quiet that's no longer resisting you. You don't have to count it or control its rhythm. It doesn't matter if one breath is longer than another. There's no timing required for this kind of release. The air moves in and out as though guided by something older than thought. A natural pulse that remembers how to let go. Your feet feel heavier, not with fatigue, but with presence. They're not trying to push off or pull toward anything. They are simply where they've landed. Like stones settling at the bottom of a riverbed. after years of being moved. There's no need for them to be ready. No demand that they carry you anywhere. They can rest in their own weight, warm from blood moving through them, slow and steady as sap rising. You might notice how your skin has grown softer, not less sensitive, but no longer on guard. The air touches it without provoking a reaction. It brushes across the surface of your arms, your shoulders, your face, and you don't flinch or pull away. You don't have to decide whether it's cold or warm. There's no need to evaluate what it feels like. It just is the kind of sensation that exists because it can, not because it must be named. A silence builds, not a blank, but an atmosphere. Not absence, but fullness in another form. The quiet where nothing needs to happen, where even stillness doesn't have to be maintained. You don't need to hold on to this moment or preserve its shape. It's not something you're supposed to carry forward. There's no reason to remember how it felt when your body sank deeper into the bed. No requirement to file it away for later. You can allow thoughts to remain unresolved, not because they've been dismissed, but because there's no need to close them off. A question that arrived earlier, whether something was said or left unsaid, whether a tone was meant kindly or not, it doesn't have to be answered now. The silence around it is enough. You don't need to know what the answer would have been. The fact that you're still here, breathing in this dark, is proof that no decision needs to be made. Your hands rest where they are, unmoved, unclaimed by purpose. They aren't holding anything. They aren't waiting for a task or a signal. They can simply be shapes of flesh and bone lying on the surface of your body, not trying to do anything except exist as they are. There's no expectation that they should move, no demand that they grasp or release. The darkness around you isn't empty. It holds shape without needing light. It doesn't try to hide anything. You don't have to look for meaning in the way shadows fall across your ceiling. They aren't secrets. They're just part of the space. Like dust motes drifting in a beam that never comes. No need to name them. No reason to trace their path. You can feel how your breath has begun to settle into the rhythm of something older than thought, something deeper than effort. It moves not because you told it to, but because the body remembers how to let go when no one is watching. There's no audience for this release, no performance required. The quiet doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep. It simply holds space for both. A shift occurs, not sudden, not dramatic, but like a tide pulling back just enough to reveal what was hidden beneath. The softness of your chest as it rises and falls. The way warmth spreads through your legs without being asked. The slow release in your shoulders. That happens when tension is no longer needed. You don't have to decide whether it's real or not. You don't need to believe in any transformation. Just let your body be what it is. Something that rests not because it has finished everything, but because it doesn't need to finish anything at all. There's a quiet between thoughts, not the absence of thinking, but the space where thinking isn't necessary. It's not something you achieve, it's simply allowed. You don't have to earn this stillness by clearing your mind or emptying yourself. The silence exists because you're here, lying in bed, tired and willing to stay. A sound returns. A low hum from somewhere far off. Maybe a refrigerator running. Maybe the house settling into its bones after hours of quiet. It doesn't pull at your attention. It doesn't demand response. You can let it pass through like air through an open window, present, without being noticed, felt without needing to be understood. You don't have to decide whether this is sleep or not. There's no need to know if you're drifting or awake. The difference between them isn't important now. What matters is that your body has stopped searching for a way out. It doesn't want to wake up. It doesn't need to prove it's still here. You can lie in the dark and not be afraid of what might come next. Not because you're certain, but because there's no pressure to prepare. There's no need to rehearse tomorrow or imagine how things will go. You aren't responsible for any outcome. The future isn't waiting. It hasn't arrived yet. Your thoughts don't have to be neat. They can arrive in fragments, half sentences, blurred images, tones that linger like echoes after music stops. There's no need to fix them or file them away. They're not your task anymore. You aren't supposed to manage them. They can come and go without you having to guide them. The dark isn't cold. It doesn't punish. It doesn't remind you of what you've forgotten. It simply holds the shape of your body as it lies on the bed. Its weight, its warmth, its stillness. You don't have to explain yourself to it. There's no demand that you be anything other than exactly where you are. You can let go not because something has ended, but because nothing needs to begin. The next moment doesn't need to be earned. It can arrive when it comes, without your permission, without your effort. You don't have to watch for it. You don't need to brace yourself. There's no reason to prepare. Your breath finds a place where it doesn't have to announce itself. Just stays like dust settling on a shelf no one has touched in years. It's not loud enough to disturb anything. Not even the silence minds its presence. You don't need to guide it or hold onto it. It simply continues because your body knows how to breathe without being told. The air moves through you as if it belongs there. No permission asked. No reason given. And when a thought arrives, a shape like smoke in the corner of your mind, it doesn't have to be answered. It can drift across the room and vanish into nothingness, just because it chooses to. The mattress is holding you not with force, but with patience. The kind that doesn't expect anything back. The way fabric softens around your limbs, not trying to change them, only accommodating their weight as they sink in. You don't have to adjust. There's no posture to maintain. No need to keep yourself upright for the sake of being seen or remembered. Your spine unfurls like a leaf that has finally stopped resisting gravity. It doesn't stretch toward anything. It just rests where it is, curved exactly how it needs to be. There's warmth pooling in your lower back, not because you're hot, but because blood flows there without needing direction.
You can feel it spreading outward, slow and steady. Not like a signal or warning, but more like light seeping through thick curtains after dawn has already come. It doesn't demand attention. It just is. And so do the sensations in your feet. The way they're pressed into the sheets, not because you placed them there, but because gravity did it for you. They don't need to be warm or cold. They don't have to feel anything at all. Just being there, pressed against fabric, touching surface, is enough. A sound comes again, not from outside, but within. The soft creak of the ceiling beam above, as if wood is remembering how to breathe after hours of stillness. It's not a disturbance, not even a surprise. You don't have to name it or place it in time. It doesn't need your memory to hold on to it. It can exist in the air like breath held too long, then released, no longer needing meaning. There's space for that sound to be heard and forgotten all at once. You don't need to decide what happens next. You aren't responsible for where attention goes. If a feeling rises, the memory of a tone from earlier today, or the echo of a word half remembered, it doesn't have to stay. It can linger like fog over water, thin enough that you barely notice it, thick enough that it's there if you look. But looking isn't required. You don't need to confirm its presence or dismiss it. It can drift away because the air is full of other things now. The weight in your arms, the way your fingers rest without needing to do anything. There's no reason to believe you're falling asleep. No evidence that you are. But there's also nothing stopping you from being somewhere else, somewhere quieter than thought. The mind doesn't have to be active to exist. It can be still in a different way, not empty, but full of space where things don't need to happen. You aren't trying to make anything happen. There's no plan tucked under your ribs that needs executing. No list waiting for completion. Not even the idea of tomorrow has pulled on your attention. The dark is not an absence. It's a container. It doesn't wait for you to be ready. It holds what you are, exactly as you lie. Tired, quiet, moving slowly through time without needing to pass through it quickly. You don't have to move forward. You aren't being asked to keep up.
Your thoughts come and go like birds passing over a field. Some pause briefly on the edge of your awareness, then lift off again into wider sky. Let them go not because they're unimportant, but because you've stopped needing to carry them. They don't have to be finished. They don't need closure or resolution. The way a train passes through a station without stopping, its wheels turning on tracks that lead somewhere far away, the moment it's gone is enough. You don't need to watch until the last light fades. Your hands are no longer doing anything. Not gripping, not reaching. You aren't required to stay awake. There's no obligation to notice how long you've been lying still, or whether your eyes are open or closed. The light isn't brighter than before. It just doesn't matter anymore. Whether it's dark or not, the quiet stays. You don't have to wonder if this is real. You don't need to test yourself against a feeling of peace or calm. There's no standard you're supposed to meet. No one is measuring how well you're relaxing. Your body isn't being judged for its heaviness, its stillness, the way it has surrendered without permission. You can stop trying to make sense of everything that happened today. How things were said, what was left unsaid, whether anything could have been different. You don't need to fix any part of it. The mind doesn't have to take inventory. It can let go not because something is resolved, but because the effort has finally stopped. A breath comes in slow and quiet, like water filling a basin no one expected would be empty. There's room for more than you thought, more space between your ribs, more air inside your lungs, more stillness beneath your skin. You don't have to take it all in at once. It doesn't matter if only part of it is felt. Your thoughts aren't problems to solve. They're not even guests that need to be entertained or dismissed. Some can simply pass through like shadows across a wall, brief, shapeless, moving without purpose. They don't leave behind anything but the memory of their passage, a faint impression on the air, gone before you realize it was there. Your body is learning how to rest, not by being quiet, but by letting everything be unimportant for just a little while longer. Not because it's winning or losing, just because it doesn't care what happens next. You don't need to listen anymore. You aren't supposed to hear every thought that rises. There's no rule saying you must respond. The world outside your skin can keep turning without your approval. Your mind isn't in charge of anything now. It doesn't have to decide if something matters or not. A warmth spreads along the inside of your thigh, gentle and uninvited, like sunlight touching a stone after long darkness. You don't need to wonder why it's there. It doesn't demand explanation. It just stays softening around edges that were once tight, releasing tension without needing your permission. There is no timeline here, no ticking toward morning or approaching daybreak. The hours aren't measuring themselves against you. They're not waiting for you to wake up so they can move forward. Time isn't doing anything but being, just as you are. You don't have to be sure of anything. You don't need to believe in sleep or the body's ability to rest, or whether this moment is leading somewhere. It's okay if it doesn't lead anywhere at all. That's not a failure. It's just another way of being still. Your jaw has stopped working, just relaxed into place, like something that finally gave up trying to hold itself together. The muscles around your mouth aren't pulling or tensing. They're simply letting go, not because they've decided, but because there's no need to tighten anymore. The air is cool near the window, not cold enough to disturb you. It flows through the room like a quiet stream, touching skin without making noise, passing through space without claiming it. You don't have to feel it or resist it. It can be part of the background, not something to react to, but just another presence in the dark. A thought arrives again. A fragment from earlier today. Not loud, not urgent, but soft enough to drift away on its own. Let it stay a moment if it wants. But don't hold on to it. Don't ask why it came. Just let it pass through, like breath moving across your lips, there and gone without needing to be named. Your shoulders are sinking, not because they've lost strength, but because their weight is being carried by something else now. Not effort, not expectation, just the quiet acceptance of gravity as a companion. The fabric over your chest feels like a second skin that isn't trying to hold you together anymore. Just lying there, loose and unburdened, letting every shift in pressure be part of the stillness. You don't have to adjust it. You aren't responsible for how it lies or where it rests. There is a moment when your body stops measuring itself against sleep, as though it were a race that didn't belong to you. The way warmth pulls behind your knee, slow and deliberate, like something remembering its own shape after being forgotten. It doesn't ask permission. It doesn't explain why it's there or how long it will stay. You don't need to trace where it came from. All you have to do is let it be, as though the space between one thought and the next has grown wide enough for such small things to settle without disturbance. A quiet noise comes through the wall. Someone moving in another room. Perhaps closing a drawer or turning down a light. It's not loud enough to break anything, not sharp enough to pull you toward awareness. You don't have to ask who it is or what they're doing. The sound passes like wind through an open window, not stopping, not lingering, but passing into the air and becoming part of the background again. No one owns that moment. It belongs to no one. And so does this one. Your feet are warm where they rest against the sheet, no longer stiff or restless, just resting in the way things do when they've stopped searching for something else. The blankets aren't holding you down. They're simply lying over you, heavy without pressure, like a slow breath that never ends. You don't need to think about whether it's enough or if you should pull more up. It's not meant to be perfect. It's only meant to be. There's a silence now, not the kind that fills space, but one that settles into it.
not empty, not loud, just full of absence in a way that doesn't feel like loss. You don't have to fill it. There's no rule saying you must listen for anything beyond this. Your skin feeling the air, your bones holding still, your breath moving without effort. The mind isn't trying to do anything here. No organizing, no reviewing, no fixing. It's just letting itself be noticed by its own quiet. A phrase floats up, not a memory, not an instruction, just a cluster of sounds that might have meant something once. If only I'd said it differently. But you don't need to follow it. You can let it hang in the air, like dust caught between two layers of glass. Visible, but unimportant. Moving slowly without direction. It doesn't demand attention. It isn't asking to be corrected or rewritten. There's no reason to answer it. You're allowed to leave things unresolved, not because they don't matter, but because you've stopped needing them to matter right now. The part of you that wants answers can stay in the dark with its questions. You don't need to carry them through this moment. They aren't yours to solve tonight. The room is still holding its shape, walls not collapsing, ceiling not pressing down, floor not shifting beneath you. It's not trying to be anything specific. It's just what it is. A space shaped by silence and breath. You don't need to make sense of how long this has been going on or whether time is moving forward. There's no obligation to track its passage. Your hand lies flat against your side. Fingers relaxed. Palm open. Not reaching for anything. Not holding on to anything. It doesn't have a purpose right now, beyond being there. The skin over the knuckles feels soft, almost weightless, like it has forgotten how to clench. There's no reason to tighten again. A warmth rises behind your eyes, gentle, distant, like light through fog. Not bright enough to show anything, just present enough to be felt. It doesn't ask you to notice it or name it. You don't have to wonder where it came from or why it appears now. It's not a signal, not a message, just another soft sensation in the quiet. The air near your neck is cool, just a thread of it, passing over skin that isn't alert enough to respond. It flows through the space without claiming anything. You don't have to resist it or welcome it. It can be part of the background, the way shadows shift when you're not looking at them. A thought comes, not with urgency, not with weight, just a shape forming in the dark. Maybe tomorrow will be different, but even that isn't meant to be believed. You don't need to decide whether it's true or false. It can simply exist as another echo of what might be, without needing to become real. There's no need to guard against it, no reason to pull back or push away. It doesn't have to go anywhere. It can just stay in the space between breaths, uninvited, unchallenged, not requiring your attention. Your body is learning how to be still, not because it wants to escape from anything, but because there's no longer a need to do anything at all.
The way your spine curves slightly into the mattress isn't effort. It's surrender without choice. Like roots sinking into soil that doesn't demand anything in return. You don't have to remember what you were thinking 5 minutes ago, or whether it was important. You aren't required to keep track of the sequence of thoughts, or how long each one lasted. The mind can wander through this quiet space like a hand brushing across fabric, feeling texture without needing to understand it. A faint sound comes again, the same one from earlier. Perhaps, but not the same moment. It's just another shape in the air, passing by with no name and no purpose. You don't have to wonder what caused it, or if you should hear it more clearly. It doesn't matter who made it or why. You're allowed to stop trying to make sense of everything. Every shift, every tone, every glance that might have meant something else. There's no rule saying you must unpack each moment before the night ends. The body knows its own rhythm now, not one of effort, but of letting go. Your breath is slowing, not because you're forcing it, but because there's nothing to rush toward. It doesn't need to be deep or full or even noticeable anymore. It can move in and out like water slipping over stones. No sound, no force, just motion that needs no explanation. The space beneath your ribs feels fuller now. Not with air, not with thought, but with stillness. A kind of quiet that isn't empty, but rich with absence. The absence of urgency, of checking, of needing to respond. Your hands aren't doing anything. They're not curled or tense. They don't have a reason to be anywhere else. One rests near your hip, the fingers slightly splayed, relaxed into the mattress like they've forgotten how to lift themselves. There's no need to decide what comes next. No expectation that something must happen. The dark isn't waiting for you to wake up or fall asleep. It doesn't care whether this moment leads anywhere. It just is. You don't have to believe in sleep or trust the night or know how long it will last. You can simply be here, not trying to get better, not hoping for change, not searching for peace, just allowing yourself to exist in the same way the air exists, without purpose, without need, just being. A faint warmth spreads up your back, like sunlight rising through a window that hasn't been opened yet. It doesn't demand anything of you. It doesn't say it's coming from anywhere. You don't have to name where it comes from or how long it will stay. The warmth that climbs your back now is like a thread pulled slowly through the weave of night. Soft, continuous, unspooling without resistance. It doesn't burn or press forward. It simply stays in place, as if it has always belonged there, like light that's been waiting behind a curtain for no one to open it yet. Your skin accepts it not with surprise, but with ease, as though it were the only thing needed to keep you from fading into the cold of absence. The air around your shoulders feels heavier than before, not because it presses down, but because it rests there without effort, like dust settling in a forgotten corner of a room that no one visits. There's no sound now beyond what comes naturally. The faint creak of wood beneath you, not loud enough to name, just part of the quiet. The kind of noise that doesn't break stillness. Instead, it fills it with depth. You don't need to listen for patterns or rhythms in it, nor ask whether it means anything. It can be what it is, a small motion in the architecture of your space, like a breath caught between two thoughts and not yet released. Your left foot has shifted slightly, just enough that the heel lifts an inch from the mattress, then settles back down without intention. Not a twitch, not a correction. Just movement that happens as if carried by something older than thought, gravity, or time, or the slow turn of seasons you can't feel but still remember in your bones. Your toes are not curled. They're spread open like roots, testing soil. No one is watching. No one is judging how much space they take up. They don't need to be aligned with anything. They just exist where they are. A thought comes not sharp or urgent, more like
a shadow passing across the floor of your awareness. It doesn't arrive with noise or force. It drifts in like smoke from a candle that's been blown out, drifting without direction, not seeking a place to land. You don't need to name what it is or where it came from. There's no obligation to follow it into the next room of memory or expectation. It can pass through your mind as easily as wind moves across grass. No mark left behind, just motion that doesn't demand acknowledgement. The space above your chest feels wider now. Not because you're breathing deeper, but because there's nothing pressing against it from inside. No pressure to fill the gap with meaning, with effort, with need. It's not empty. It's open. Like a window cracked just enough for air to move through without needing to be fixed or closed. Your fingers on your side have softened further, each one loosening into the mattress like sand sinking between stones. The fabric beneath you has taken shape around them, the weave now pressed down in places where weight settles, not because it's being held there, but because it doesn't need to rise again. There's no urgency to return to upright or alert. Your body isn't resisting its own collapse. Instead, it's letting gravity do what it does naturally: sink. A new sound enters, not from outside, but from within the quiet. A faint hum in your ears that isn't loud enough to be called music or noise. It's not a ringing, nor is it pain. It's more like vibration, caught between two layers of silence, like the echo of something felt before being named. You don't need to locate its source or decide if it's real. You can just let it remain in your hearing as another shape in the dark, something that moves through you without asking for a response. The part of your mind that used to race ahead now isn't doing anything at all. Not racing, not waiting, not planning. It's simply resting. Like an animal, curled deep in a burrow, where no one comes and nothing happens. No need to guard it from intrusion or protect it from stillness. You don't have to make sure it stays quiet. It can be empty if that's what it wants. It doesn't need permission to stop. Your breath is now so gentle. It barely disturbs the air around your lips, more like a ripple than movement. Like water passing over a stone that no longer needs to be moved. There's no reason to deepen it or slow it down. It just continues
in its own way, because that's how breathing feels when nothing else demands attention. You don't have to remember what you were thinking before this moment. Not the shape of the thought, not whether it felt important, not if it had been repeated 100 times. You're allowed to forget it completely, like dropping something into deep water where it sinks beyond reach and no one will look for it again.
A different kind of quiet has settled now. One that isn't just absence, but presence. It's the stillness between waves in the sea, not when there are none, but when they've passed and left behind a space that holds its own weight. Your awareness doesn't need to fill it. It can rest within it without doing anything. Your right arm is tucked beneath your head now, just slightly bent, wrist curled like an answer to nothing. The part of the mattress under your elbow has lost all firmness, as if it's been shaped by pressure over time into a hollow that fits you perfectly. You don't need to adjust or shift. You're not trying to find comfort. Comfort is already here. Not because it was searched for, but because it arrived without being asked. The edges of your thoughts are softening now, not fading out, but rounding off like the corners of clouds at dusk. There's no sharp angle left in them anymore. They don't end with a bang or a question. They just dissolve into air, leaving behind only the sensation that they were there, without needing to explain why. The darkness around you doesn't feel cold anymore. It feels full. It's not holding its breath until morning comes. It simply is like a room with no one in it and no need to be cleaned. Your eyelids feel heavier than the rest of you, not because they're tired, but because there's nothing pulling them open anymore. They don't have to stay closed or remain open. They can move as slowly as gravity allows, like leaves falling from trees that forgot what wind was for. A moment passes, no longer a second, not yet a minute. That feels neither long nor short. It just exists in the space between one breath and another. without being measured by anything except its own quiet presence. You don't have to decide if you're asleep or awake.
You don't need to know whether your mind is still running or if it's finally stopped. There's no test, no proof required. The night doesn't ask for credentials. It only asks that you stay where you are, just long enough to let the next thing happen without pushing. There is a quiet in your chest now, not silence, but depth, like standing at the mouth of a cave with no need to go inside. Not even curiosity pulls you forward. The dark isn't a threat or an invitation. It doesn't want anything from you. It simply holds space, open, unclaimed, not waiting. Your body is no longer trying to stay awake, nor is it fighting sleep. It's just being, like the way snow settles on grass after a long night. Soft, slow, without effort. The thought that came earlier, the one about tomorrow, is still there, but it doesn't feel like it belongs anymore. Not because it was wrong or pointless, but because it no longer needs to be carried forward. It can float in this space just as easily as any other shape, not requiring a destination or explanation. Your awareness is spreading, not outward into the room, nor inward toward memory, but sideways, like fog drifting across land at dawn, touching everything without claiming anything. No need to remember your name tonight. No reason to recall what you did today or how it felt when you closed the door behind you. The world doesn't demand that you carry any of it in with you now. You can leave all those things where they are, on the other side of sleep, not lost, just no longer needed. Your fingers rest now where they fell, softly on the surface of your chest, not clenched, not reaching for anything, just there as if they'd forgotten how to move. The weight of them isn't a burden. It's an anchor that doesn't pull you down, but lets you stay where you are. The air around you is thick with stillness, not empty, not loud, but full in the way only deep quiet can be. Like water holding its breath just before a ripple forms. You don't need to listen for it. You're already inside it. There's no urgency now in how your thoughts come and go. No sense that one must be answered or another held onto. Some float by with their edges blurred, not quite forming shapes, not trying to land anywhere. Others linger like dust motes drifting in a sunbeam. Suspended not because they're important, but because there's nowhere urgent for them to fall.
No clock measures how long you've been here. The minutes aren't ticking, they're breathing. Your shoulders have slipped down from where they were held too tight all day, and now their softness feels like surrender. Not defeat, but release into something that already knew how to rest. You don't need to do anything with them. They can be heavy or light, warm or cool, just as long as they stay exactly where they are. The fabric of your shirt presses gently against your skin, not because it's tight, but because it's been worn thin in places and now fits like a second layer that doesn't ask for attention.
The sound beneath you is quieter than silence. It's the kind of quiet that comes from layers. The faint hum of distant electricity. The slow creak of wood settling in the walls. The soft sigh of air passing through the crack under the door. These aren't signals or messages. They're just sounds that exist without being meant for anyone. You don't need to name them or understand why they happen. You can let them be part of the space you're lying within. Not something happening to you, but something happening with you. You're no longer trying to stop thinking. You've stopped caring whether thoughts arrive at all. There's a difference between being aware and being caught in motion. Awareness now isn't a search. It's a presence, like standing on the shore with your feet in water that doesn't pull you under, but simply stays there, cool and unbothered. The memory of something, maybe an exchange, maybe just a feeling is present again. Not sharp or bright, but soft at its edges, as if it had been folded into a letter long ago and left behind. It's not calling for you to return to it. It doesn't need your attention anymore. It can stay where it is, the same way a stone in the river stays still even when the current flows past. Your breath moves now without direction. Not deep, not shallow, just flowing as if the air has always known how to come and go through you, like wind passing between trees that don't know they're being stirred. No effort behind it. No need to count or control. It's already enough. Just this rhythm, steady and unremarkable. The thought about tomorrow isn't gone. It's just not attached to a name anymore. It doesn't have a face or a number or any urgency. It floats near the surface like a leaf in still water, not sinking, not rising, just existing where it lands. You don't need to decide what it means or whether you should act on it. It can stay unnamed and unclaimed, just part of the quiet. There's no place for worry here. Not because it doesn't exist elsewhere, but because right now there's room enough for everything not to be solved. The mind isn't meant to finish every loop. Some things don't need an end. They just need to stop being followed. You can let go of the idea that you must know what comes next. There's no requirement to plan your way through this moment or prepare for what lies beyond sleep. You're not responsible for everything that might happen tomorrow, or even how today felt when it ended. All those things are already carried by time itself. They don't need you to hold them. The space around you feels wider now. Not larger in measurement, but deeper in quality. Like walking through a field where the grass isn't swaying with wind, but simply standing still because no one has come close enough to disturb it. The air holds its shape, not resisting movement, but also not requiring any. A pattern of warmth spreads across your lower back, the kind that comes from lying on fabric worn smooth by time and motion. It's not heat you're feeling so much as the absence of coldness. It's like being held in a space where no one has ever asked for anything, yet everything is already provided. Your legs feel longer than they did minutes ago, less like limbs that need to be moved or adjusted, more like parts of a body that have simply decided to stay still and let the night do its work. The muscles aren't tensing. They're not remembering what effort feels like. They've relaxed into their own shape. There's no need to remember how you got here. No instruction book required for this moment. You don't need to explain why your eyes are closed or whether they'll open again tomorrow. What matters is the feeling of being exactly where you are. Not because it was chosen, but because it fits like a shape that has always belonged in the space between two breaths. A thought drifts in, not one about tasks or decisions, but something simpler. The way light once passed through curtains on a morning when nothing felt urgent. You don't need to recall the exact color of the room, just the sense of it. The quiet hum of possibility before anything had been named. That feeling is still here, not as memory, but as a texture in your awareness. No one needs you to be awake right now. No one expects you to fix or finish anything. The world doesn't require your attention to keep turning. You're allowed, no, invited, to let everything else remain exactly as it is, incomplete, unclaimed, undisturbed. Your hands are no longer touching any part of your body with intention. They've become parts of the stillness, not instruments of action, but quiet witnesses to what's already happening. There's a soft pressure at the base of your skull, where your neck meets the pillow, like something holding you gently in place, not by force, but because it knows how to support without needing thanks. Your breath slows further, not because you're slowing it down, but because there's no need to keep up with anything anymore. It flows like water over a stone that doesn't mind being worn smooth. The air around you feels closer now, not thick or heavy, but near in the way only deep calm can be. As if even the smallest sound is already known and accepted before it makes its way into awareness. You don't need to remember your name, not because it's lost, but because it no longer matters here. You're not being tested on who you are. There's no reason to prove yourself, define yourself, or explain yourself in this moment. The mind isn't a machine that must be reset. It doesn't have to shut off. Just stop needing to run. The thoughts don't need to go away. They can simply stop demanding your attention. There's room now for things not to make sense, for feelings without names, for moments that exist only because they're allowed to. Your body is no longer aware of being tired, not in the way it was earlier, when fatigue felt like pressure building behind the eyes. Now it's more like weight settling into a shape that has always been waiting for it. No part of you needs permission to rest. No cell has to earn stillness. The quiet isn't earned, it's simply allowed. A breath comes in and stays longer than before, not because you held it, but because there was no reason to let go yet. And then another one, slower, quieter, as if the air itself had paused just long enough to rest between movements. There's a softness at your temples that isn't pain or tension. It's more like the space where thoughts once pressed in has finally softened, opened up, made room for something else. Not action, not clarity, but simply presence. You don't have to do anything with this moment. You're already part of it. Your shoulders have slipped lower than they were a minute ago. No deliberate shift, just gravity meeting release at last. The fabric beneath you has taken on a new kind of weight, not pressing down, but holding steady in the way that only something ordinary can. A blanket, a mattress, a surface that doesn't ask for anything back. You're no longer lying on it. You've become part of its quiet rhythm, like dust settling after a long silence. There's warmth rising now from deep within your chest. Not heat, but something older. Something that feels like the slow return of stillness to a place that had forgotten how to be still. It moves through you without hurry, like a tide that has learned not to rush toward shore. The sound of your breath is softer than it was before. Not because you're trying to quiet it, but because there's no longer any reason to be loud. The air flows in and out with the kind of ease that comes only when nothing depends on it being measured or controlled. There's a faint hum in the background, maybe from distant traffic, maybe just the quieting of your own system. But you don't need to name it. It doesn't belong to any story. You can let it be part of the space around you without asking what it means, where it comes from, or whether it will stay. You're not searching for anything now. Not peace, not silence, not even sleep. Just this, a space where things don't have to be fixed. The mind doesn't need to close its doors because they've already been left open by accident. There's no urgency in the way thoughts come and go. One drifts past like a leaf caught in an underground stream. No warning, no invitation, just presence. It arrives with nothing to prove. You don't have to greet it or dismiss it. No response is required. Let it pass through you as if it were only air. A faint pressure builds behind your eyes. Not tightness, not fatigue, but something like the memory of sensation returning after a long absence. Not painful, not urgent, just there, a kind of echo from earlier hours when thoughts moved too fast and light too sharply. Now that same shape has softened into stillness, no longer sharp enough to cut through calm. It lingers only as texture, a shadow on the inside edge of awareness, like a word that never fully formed. The back of your neck is warm where it presses against the pillow. Not hot, just present, like skin remembering what it was meant to hold. Support without effort. The weight isn't something you carry anymore. It's something that carries you. There's no burden in letting go because there's nothing left to carry. Your arms lie at your sides, not folded or clenched, but relaxed into the space they occupy. Each hand a shape of surrender, fingers slightly spread as if offering themselves to air rather than action. There's a quiet gap between one breath and the next. Not silence in the way people mean it, but a pause that isn't empty. It feels full with possibility, not because anything is about to happen, but because nothing needs to. The space exists simply for its own sake. Like the moment before rain begins to fall, when everything holds still just long enough to know itself. Your feet are no longer aware of being feet, just points where warmth spreads from your core outward, as if heat had found a path through bones and skin without needing permission. They're not tired now, nor do they ache. They're simply present in their own way. Part of the whole, not separate, not demanding attention. One heel rests slightly higher than the other. Not because you moved it, but because your body has chosen this shape for rest. A thought passes through, just a flicker, like smoke from an extinguished candle. It doesn't stay long. There's no pull to follow it back. No need to wonder what it meant or why it came now. You're not responsible for its arrival, nor for its departure. The mind isn't your keeper. It doesn't have to answer to you. There's a rhythm in the quiet that isn't made of sound but of stillness itself. Like time slowing down just enough so that things can be felt without being named. Your breath moves deeper now. Not because you're trying to reach somewhere, but because there's no reason not to. The air fills your chest and lingers longer before leaving, not held back by will, but simply delayed by ease. Your skin feels lighter than it did hours ago, as if the body has loosened its grip on itself, on needing to be known or seen or accounted for. There's no performance now. No one watching from behind eyes that haven't opened yet. You don't have to make sense of this moment. It doesn't need an explanation. The room isn't dark. It's just quiet in a way that feels familiar, like something you've lived through before without knowing it. The kind of quiet that settles after all the noise has already left. Not because someone turned it off, but because there was no one to turn it on.
A sensation spreads slowly from your spine. Not pain, not tingling. Just a slow release in the center of your back where tension used to coil like wire. It unspools now without resistance, like thread pulled gently through a needle that has long forgotten how to bind. You're not trying to get anywhere. No destination, no endpoint, not even sleep. Just this, the space between one awareness and the next, where nothing is required of you except to be aware in the simplest way possible.
There's warmth near your collarbones, a softness that wasn't there before, not from heat, but from release, like a door left open for no reason at all, just because it could be. Your fingers don't twitch, they don't curl or stretch. They're still, just parts of the body that have stopped pretending they need to do something. Not idle, not useless, but simply resting in their own right. The air around you feels heavier now. Not thick, but dense with quiet. It holds your breath in place without needing to. You don't feel it pressing on you. You just feel yourself moving through a space where even silence is allowed its own weight. A memory forms, just the shape of light falling across a floor at dusk, not from any particular room or day, but as if all such moments had merged into one soft impression. Golden dust settling over wood. You don't need to place it. It doesn't ask anything of you. It just exists in your awareness, like an after image, fading gently. There's no effort now to keep thoughts out, no intention to stop them from coming. They're not enemies, not interruptions, just passing shapes, like clouds drifting over a hillside without changing the landscape beneath. You don't need to move aside for them. They pass through you as if you were already empty. And that's okay. The edge of your awareness is soft now, not sharp with worry or anticipation, but blurred in the way only deep rest can be. There's no boundary between inside and outside anymore. Just a slow merging into what feels like a natural state. Not waking, not dreaming, just being held by stillness without needing to understand how. Your legs are heavy, yes, but not in the tired way that says, I need to stop. This is different. It's the weight of something sinking naturally, like roots finding soil after years of drifting. No effort, no struggle, just gravity doing its part with quiet confidence. The space around you has softened, not in color or sound, but in how it feels, as if every surface had learned not to demand attention. The walls are no longer barriers. They're just there, like breath held too long, like the pause between two heartbeats. A thought comes, but it's not a thought with purpose. It doesn't carry urgency. It arrives without needing you to act on it. You don't have to decide what it means. There's no need to respond. No one expects anything from this moment. You're not asleep, not yet. But that's all right. Not because sleep is coming soon, but because the idea of waiting has already softened into something else. A quiet where time doesn't matter. Your body isn't trying to fix itself. It's just letting go, like water releasing from a closed hand. No force, no strategy, just release. You are beginning to notice how much of what you've carried through the day wasn't actually yours, just borrowed weight, like a coat left on a chair that no one ever claimed. It's not heavy anymore, not even in memory. The shape of it has softened into something almost tender, a shadow that remembers its own source but doesn't demand anything from you now. You don't have to name what it was. You don't need to know if it belonged to someone else or just lived inside your thoughts too long. It simply drifts like dust in sunlight, no longer settling, no longer needing a place. The air is still warm where your breath touches the skin of your neck. Not heated, not cool. Just present, as though the space around you has grown used to holding your presence without measuring it. There's a quiet hum beneath all sound, like the faintest vibration from deep in the earth. Not loud enough to be noticed, but steady enough to feel. A kind of low background pulse that doesn't ask for attention. It settles into the bones where thought might otherwise gather. Your shoulders have relaxed downward, not because you told them to, not because you made an effort, but simply because they've stopped waiting for permission to release, waiting to be given a reason to let go. There's no longer any need to justify stillness. You don't owe the world proof that you are resting. No one is watching, not even yourself. A faint sound reaches you, just a shift in pressure, like something shifting just outside the room. It might have been the floor settling under its own weight. The moment passes through your awareness like a ripple on water that never breaks the surface. You don't follow it. You don't turn toward it. You let it pass as if it were already forgotten. Because it feels right. There is a warmth spreading now across one side of your chest. The kind that comes when something has finally settled where it was always meant to be, even if only for this moment. Not the heat of exertion or emotion, but the quiet glow of something at peace with itself. It doesn't ask you to keep it there. It just stays, like a hand resting on your shoulder, without speaking. Thoughts come again, but they're no longer shaped like conclusions. They don't build toward meaning. One drifts in. The sound of rain falling somewhere far away.
You don't wonder if you'll get wet. It just exists as a memory without origin, like a feeling that belongs to no particular time or place. Another arrives, a faint image of something unfinished. A line of text left hanging at the end of a paragraph. Not because someone forgot to write more, but because it was always meant to stop there. There's no need to complete it. No one will notice its absence. It doesn't matter that it ends mid-sentence. The sentence itself wasn't ever about completion. You don't pull back from this feeling. You don't try to smooth it out or make sense of why it appears now.
It simply is a quiet echo in the mind, like a word whispered once and then lost again. And you're allowed to leave it that way. No need for resolution, not even curiosity. Your feet are still just resting on the bedsheet with no intention behind them. They aren't trying to stretch or curl. They don't want to move anywhere. The fabric beneath feels different now. Not just cotton, but a texture that remembers being touched by your body many times before. It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to hold you. There's a softness around the edges of your awareness. Not because you've made it so, but because time has begun to blur.
Moments don't come one after another anymore. They overlap like layers in paint that have bled into each other without being stirred. The past isn't separate from now. The future doesn't press forward. There's just this, a slow folding inward, not toward sleep, not toward wakefulness, but toward something quieter, something older than thought. You don't need to keep track of how long you've been here. You don't have to measure stillness in minutes or seconds. It isn't growing longer. It's simply becoming more complete. Like a river that doesn't rush, yet moves forward without effort.
Your hands are resting now, palms open, fingers slightly splayed, not because they were told to be, but because they've stopped resisting their own shape. They don't need to do anything. No one expects them to write, to hold, to grasp. They're simply allowed to stay as they are. Quiet parts of the body that have chosen rest over motion. There's a sound, so faint it might not be real. A breath drawn just beyond your hearing. Or perhaps it was never outside at all. Maybe it came from within you, rising slowly and settling again without direction. You don't need to know whether it belonged to someone else or to the room itself. It doesn't matter who made it. What matters is that it passed through without disturbing anything. Your eyelids feel heavier than before. Not because they're tired, but because gravity has found a new rhythm in your face. Not pulling down with force, but gently guiding everything toward stillness as if it's the natural way things should be. Like roots finding soil not by choice, but simply by being drawn to where their shape fits. There is no moment when you decide to stop thinking. There is only the quiet realization that thoughts are no longer running at full speed through your mind. They're slowing down like a car rolling over gravel without engine noise or urgency. They don't rush past anymore. They drift sideways, like leaves caught in water, not moving toward anything, but just existing. You can feel how your body is beginning to blur the line between where you end and where the bed begins. The warmth of your skin merging with the weave of fabric beneath, as though both were made from the same quiet material, not separate anymore, just parts of a larger stillness that doesn't need to be named. The air in this room feels thick, not with pressure, but with presence. A kind of soft weight that settles on you without pressing down. It's not hard to breathe in. You don't have to expand your chest or force the breath out. It just comes and goes as if it belongs here. Like a sound that has always been part of this space. A faint memory returns. Not from today, not from yesterday, but from long ago, when you were small enough to believe that silence was alive, not empty, but full in its own way. filled with things too quiet to be seen. You don't need to remember the exact moment. You only need to feel how it felt, how stillness could be a kind of company. There's no one here now who needs you to fix anything. No list that must be checked off. No sentence left hanging because you didn't finish it. There are no eyes watching, no words waiting for reply. You don't have to answer what might happen next or how things will turn out. Not even the idea of tomorrow feels like a demand. Your body is beginning to feel less like an instrument and more like something that has simply been allowed to rest, without condition, without performance. There's no need to be useful. No reason to prove your worth through alertness or productivity. You're not being tested, not judged, just here as you are. The space between one breath and the next is growing longer. There's room for silence, for pause, for what comes without needing a name. You are beginning to notice how your thoughts are no longer shaped by urgency. They don't arrive like visitors knocking at a door they must answer. They come instead, like shadows moving across a wall. Faint, slow, not demanding entry or exit. There's no need to place them in order to explain their presence or to decide whether they belong here now or should go elsewhere. You can let each one pass through the space behind your eyes without giving it a name, just as you might watch clouds drift across a sky that doesn't care about their shape. The air around you carries no echo of what was said earlier, nor does it hold any promise of what will be said tomorrow. It simply is, thick with stillness, soft with the kind of weight that makes breathing feel like sinking into something warm and old. Your hands lie where they fell,
when your body decided to stop searching for a position. They are not trying to grasp anything now, not even the idea of comfort. The fingers have softened at the tips, as if their edges were slowly dissolving into the space beneath them.
There's no effort in letting go, not because you're tired, but because there's nothing left to hold onto that hasn't already been released. You don't need to remember how or when this happened. It just is. Like roots spreading under soil without resistance. The room doesn't seem to have boundaries anymore. The walls are not hard lines, but more like the gentle curve of a shape that has settled into itself. No sharp angles, no sudden changes in texture. There's a quiet hum beneath your awareness. A sound so low it might be nothing at all, or perhaps just the way silence breathes when it's allowed to stay undisturbed. It doesn't call attention to itself. It simply exists, like warmth that spreads through fabric without needing to be measured. You're aware of how your skin has begun to feel less like a surface and more like an opening, a place where stillness seeps in from the outside and stays. There's no barrier between you and what surrounds you now. Not really. The line where your body ends and the air begins is blurred, as if both were made from the same kind of quiet that doesn't require explanation. You don't need to know how this happened or why it feels like floating in a space without gravity. A memory rises, not clear, not sharp, but shaped like a feeling. The weight of a blanket on your chest when you were small, just before sleep, found you. Not heavy enough to press down, but enough to say you are held. That kind of weight wasn't about pressure. It was about being safely enclosed. You don't need to return to that moment. You only need to let the feeling echo through what's present now. The way your body is no longer trying to stay awake, not because it wants to be asleep, but because it has stopped fighting. There's a pause between thoughts, long enough that you might miss it if you weren't listening. It doesn't feel like silence. It feels like space opening up in the middle of motion, like breath caught just before release, or the moment after. Sound fades when the air still remembers the vibration, but no longer carries it. You don't have to fill that gap with anything, not even an idea. The surface beneath you has become something softer than memory, less about texture and more about presence. It's not a mattress, nor fabric, nor padding. It's just there, as if it had always been waiting for this exact moment when your body would finally stop searching and simply say yes to stillness.
No permission needed, no ritual, just the quiet understanding that you belong here. You don't need to finish anything now. Not a thought, not a sentence, not even a breath. You can let each one end where it lands, without correction, without return. The mind is no longer an engine trying to keep going. It's like water slowing in a riverbed, finding its way into pools that don't need to be deep. Only still, a sound returns. Not from outside, but from within the space between your ears. Not words, not music, just a gentle pressure shifting beneath the skin of awareness. Like something adjusting itself slowly.
It doesn't demand attention. You can let it remain unclaimed. Just another part of this larger quiet that has no need to be understood. There's no sense of time passing. No ticking, no counting, no measuring. Not because you've forgotten how long you've been lying here, but because the feeling is not about duration. It's about being allowed to exist without needing to progress. You don't have to become anything different than what you already are. A body that has stopped trying to be useful and found peace in simply being. Your feet feel far away now. Not lost, but distant in a way that doesn't require attention. The warmth there is not sharp or insistent. It's just present, like the heat of sunlight on stone after it has been covered for hours. You don't need to move them, not even slightly. They are exactly where they should be. No better and no worse than any other part of you. The air in this room doesn't feel still because it is empty. It feels full because it's allowed to remain undisturbed. There is a kind of thickness to the quiet. Not pressure, but presence. Like how a forest can be silent. Not because there are no sounds, but because every sound has been held long enough to become part of what remains. You don't need to remember why you came here tonight, what kept you awake, or why your mind wouldn't stop moving. You only need to notice that the movement is slowing down, like footsteps on a path where the ground becomes softer with each step. The act of walking isn't gone, but it's no longer urgent. There are thoughts still drifting through, but they're not attached to anything anymore. They don't lead anywhere, nor do they return. You can watch them pass by without needing to follow, like watching stars drift across the sky in a way that doesn't require you to name or understand them.
The space behind your eyes has become wider than it used to be, not because you've expanded it, but because you're no longer trying to control what happens there. There's room for things to come and go without needing permission, without consequence, without the need to remember what they were about. You don't have to stay aware of your breath. But if you do notice it, let it be like a tide that comes in and goes out on its own. No effort needed, no direction required.
It doesn't matter whether it's deep or shallow, whether it's fast or slow. It just is, moving through you as naturally as wind moves through trees when they're not being watched.
The idea of tomorrow feels distant now, not because it's not coming, but because it's no longer demanding your attention. You don't have to plan for it, not even imagine how things might be. The future has become a shape that doesn't need to be filled in. It can just be like the outline of something seen from far away. Your eyelids are heavier than they were moments ago. Not because you're forcing them shut, but because gravity has found its way into your face again, not as pressure, but as an invitation to rest, to let go. Not for a little while, but for as long as this moment lasts. There's no need to keep track of how many thoughts have passed, or whether any are still lingering. You can simply allow each one to fade like the echo of a word spoken too quietly to be heard, and then forgotten before it could settle. There's no rule that says you must remember anything now. Only this: that rest is not something you earn. It's not something you have to work toward. The stillness is not an absence. It's a kind of gathering, like dust settling on surfaces that haven't been touched for days. You don't have to notice how much time has passed since you last moved. The way your hand lies flat against the sheet isn't proof of anything. Only evidence that it no longer feels the need to do more than rest. There is a quiet between heartbeats now. Not silence, but something older. A space where nothing is asked for and nothing is expected in return. Your thoughts don't vanish. They simply stop being important enough to stay awake for. There are things you haven't said aloud that still ring inside your skull like bells with no clappers. Soft vibrations that tremble without sound, leaving only warmth behind. You aren't responsible for what they mean. They can remain unspoken and unexplained, even if they linger in the background of your mind. That's okay. The quiet doesn't demand clarity. It doesn't want you to fix anything. You are not required to understand why this moment is different from any other night when your thoughts refuse to stop. You don't need to look for a reason that makes it safe to let go. Safety isn't something you find. It's something you allow yourself to be in, like breathing without thinking about how the air gets into your lungs. The edge of your blanket has curled slightly at one corner. It hasn't been pulled straight because there was no need. There are small irregularities in the way things settle, folds that aren't meant to be smoothed out, creases that stay because they're not bothering anyone. You can let yourself become like those folds, not fixed, not perfect, but present and undisturbed. The weight of your body has shifted into the bed with no effort from you. It didn't happen suddenly. It happened quietly, over time, in a way that made sense without being planned. Your hips are lower now than they were before. Your feet feel less like limbs and more like part of the mattress itself,
like roots growing into something soft and accepting. There's a sound outside, maybe wind through trees, maybe rain on glass, but you don't need to name it. It doesn't matter if it's loud or quiet. The tone is just another shape in the air, passing by without claiming your attention. You are not being asked to listen. You're only being allowed to be here. Where sound moves through space like water finds its level. Your breathing has slowed again. Not because you've changed it, but because it's found a rhythm that fits with how heavy your limbs have become. It comes and goes without interruption or direction. There is no goal behind each inhalation. No purpose in the way your chest rises. You don't need to control where it leads. The air enters not through willpower, but simply because there's room for it. The idea of time has softened too. Not disappeared, but blurred at the edges. Like a photograph left out in sunlight. There is no urgency now. No sense that something must be done before midnight or sunrise. You don't have to finish anything. Not even thinking. There are thoughts still circling. The kind that come back not because they're important, but because they've become habits of motion. They drift like leaves caught in a current that doesn't care where it goes. Some might try to pull you toward them again, but the current is no longer strong enough to carry you far. You can let them go without guilt, without apology. There's no debt owed for thinking what you've thought or feeling what you've felt. The past isn't unfinished. It's just not in motion anymore. You don't have to make it complete. A part of your jaw has loosened just a little, like the hinge on an old door that hasn't been used in years, but still opens when touched gently. It doesn't need to be fixed. It only needs to stay as it is, resting where gravity lets it fall. The darkness behind your eyelids isn't empty. It holds its own kind of detail. The soft blur between shapes, the faint glow of memory that never quite arrives. You don't have to reach for it. Don't need to see anything at all. There's warmth pooling in your lower back now. Not from heat, but from stillness. Like sunlight lying on stone after the sun has gone down. It doesn't grow colder, because it no longer receives light. It only becomes deeper in its quiet presence. You are not waiting for sleep to arrive. You're already in a place where sleep isn't needed as an event. It's just one way of being. Alongside breath, weight, and the slow pulse beneath your skin. Your fingers have stopped twitching. Not because you told them to stop, but because stopping became easier than moving. The energy required to lift them was no longer worth it. So they stayed where they were, still, unclaimed, not in need of direction. The room doesn't feel different now from how it felt 5 minutes ago, or 10. But something has changed inside you. Not by choice, but by letting go. You are no longer trying to guide your attention like a lantern through dark hallways. There's no map anymore, no destination. Only this, that the mind can rest even when thoughts remain. There's a softness in the way the air touches your skin, like breath on glass, not warm, but gentle enough to stay without pressure. It doesn't need to do anything, it just is, and you are allowed to be too. You don't have to keep track of how many times you've thought about the same thing. You don't need to measure what's left unprocessed or how much still needs fixing. The body knows when it's time to stop searching. The nervous system remembers that rest isn't resistance. It's not failure, not laziness, not avoidance. The part of your mind that keeps returning to old patterns is no longer leading anything. It has slowed down. Not because it was told to, but because there was nothing left to chase. There are no answers waiting in the next thought. No resolution hidden behind a sentence you haven't finished saying. It's okay if some things remain unresolved. You don't have to make sense of them. Not now. Not ever. They can exist without being known, like shadows that fall across floors when light passes through gaps. Your arms lie out beside you, not rigid, not tense, just resting, as though they've been given permission to forget what they used to hold. The space between your shoulders has widened slightly, not from stretching, but from simply not needing to carry anything anymore. There's a soft hum beneath the quiet now, an almost imperceptible sound that isn't coming from outside. It's inside you. The slow rhythm of systems doing their work without being asked. Circulation, temperature regulation, the way cells breathe in silence. You don't have to be aware of it all. You only need to notice that your body doesn't feel the need to announce its presence. There is no effort in staying still. No performance required for you to remain present. The idea of tomorrow has faded not into nothing, but into a shape without edges, like fog on water at dawn. It's there, but it isn't demanding anything. You don't have to prepare for it. Not even imagine how it might be. You can let your thoughts drift like boats left unmoored in the middle of a lake. They float because they're not anchored anywhere. No destination. No need to reach land. The water carries them gently, without judgment or hurry. There is no rule that says, you must remember this moment when you wake. You don't have to hold on to it like something valuable. It doesn't matter if you forget. What matters is that you're here now, feeling the weight of your body, hearing the air move through stillness, letting thoughts pass without needing to understand them. The space around you has deepened, not by expanding outward, but by becoming more complete in its quiet. There's no need to fill it with anything, no obligation to make meaning from silence. Your breath continues on its own. It doesn't ask for your attention. It just is. Like the slow turning of a wheel that never stops, even when no one watches. You are not required to be awake or asleep. You're in between, not because you failed to choose, but because choosing has become unnecessary. There's room here for both awareness and letting go, motion and stillness, memory and forgetting. You are cradled by the quiet that settles between heartbeats, neither before nor after. Just a pause so deep it feels like a place rather than a moment. The air has thickened slightly around your limbs, not in weight, but in stillness, as though gravity itself is leaning in to listen. There's no need to name what it holds. Only the sense that things are held gently, without effort on your part. Your hands rest where they fell, palms up or down, depending on how the body chose, and the fabric of the sheet moves only when you do. Not because you're doing anything, but being present in its texture. The kind of silence now isn't empty. It's full of what doesn't speak. A hum that lives beneath sound, like the low resonance of stone after rain has passed. It comes from no source and goes nowhere. You don't have to find it or follow it. It simply is. And within it, thoughts do not vanish. They soften at the edges, as if they were written in water and left out in light. They appear with a kind of quiet persistence, yes, but also without urgency. No one is waiting for them to finish. No future depends on their conclusion. There's space between each one now. A breath that isn't yours, but belongs to the dark, stretching long enough that it doesn't feel like absence, but like continuity. You don't need to step into it or cross over. It simply exists, and you are invited to let your attention rest there. Not as a traveler, but as someone who has arrived at last. Not in body, not in mind, but in stillness. Your shoulders no longer hold the weight of yesterday's conversations, nor do they brace for tomorrow's questions. They have settled, not because they were told to, but because their work is done. The muscles don't remember what it was like to be tight. They only know how it feels to release into softness, like roots sinking deeper than memory allows. You are not alone in this stillness. Though you may feel isolated from the world outside, that feeling isn't loneliness. It's separation without loss. You're not missing anything because there is nothing left to reach for. The mind no longer races to gather what it thinks it needs. There's no inventory of things undone or words unspoken. They don't vanish, but they don't matter in this hour. The thoughts that drift by now aren't meant to be answered, not even understood. They pass like leaves caught in a slow current, not because they're being swept away, but because the water has slowed too much for them to keep up. Some linger longer than others, yes, but never with force, never as demands, just shapes in motion that don't require a name. There's warmth pooling beneath your skin, not from heat, but from the quiet act of staying put. It spreads without spreading, like stillness taking root. You are not healing, nor are you fixing anything. You are simply allowing what already is to remain, as it is, unaltered.
undisturbed.
The body doesn't ask for permission to feel this way. It just does. Your breath has slowed. Not because you changed it, but because it found its own rhythm in the absence of need. There's no goal behind each inhalation or exhalation. No aim, no direction. Only a steady exchange with air that doesn't care what you're thinking. The chest moves not to fill space, but to let it be filled. You don't have to decide whether this is sleep or wakefulness. You can simply rest in the way between, where thought becomes less like motion and more like stillness that remembers how to move. There's no need to choose a side. No judgment for staying undecided. The dark doesn't ask you to be anything other than what you are, present, not performing. There is an ease in forgetting, not because you want to erase, but because the act of remembering has become unnecessary. You don't have to carry every moment like luggage. Some things aren't meant to be carried at all, only passed through. Like a river that flows over stone without changing it. Even your thoughts are beginning to feel less personal, not distant, not gone, but no longer tied to you as if they belonged in the center of some story. They drift now like smoke from a fire long extinguished, visible, but only because light still touches them. There is no flame left, only afterglow. The part of your mind that used to worry about being interrupted, about not finishing what needed finishing, is quieting without being told. It isn't asleep. It simply stopped trying. The effort has dissolved into the air like mist at dawn. You are allowed to stay where you are, even if no one sees it, even if nothing changes, even if tomorrow arrives and finds you exactly here, half awake, half gone, not resolved, but not resisting either. There's a quiet hum in the joints now, not pain, not movement, but the soft resonance of matter that has stopped striving to be anything more than what it is. The bones remember their shape without needing to defend it. The skin remembers its temperature without reacting to change. No one needs you to explain why your mind won't stop. No one needs you to prove that you're trying or not trying or doing anything at all. You are only required to stay just as you are and let the rest take care of itself. The idea of being in control no longer matters, not because it's lost, but because it was never the point. Control wasn't a destination. It was just another thing your mind chased after when there was nothing else to do. Now, instead, something quieter happens. You are not managing thoughts. You are simply letting them be. Like birds that fly across the sky without landing anywhere. They don't need permission. They don't require an explanation. And they certainly don't have to return. There is a kind of fullness now, not in your chest or mind, but deeper in the space. It feels more like clearing, like the moment before sound returns, after silence has been long enough to be felt as presence. Your limbs are no longer holding on to anything they used to carry. They don't need to keep track of what happened or who said what. There is no archive in your hands, no ledger in your spine. The breath continues, not because you're doing it, but because the body doesn't stop when there's nothing left to do. It just keeps breathing, as if it has always known how and where to go. You are not required to be aware of this moment. You don't have to remember it later. There is no obligation to make meaning from stillness. The only thing needed is that you remain just enough. Not too much. The darkness isn't waiting for you to wake up. It's already here, and you're part of it now. You don't need to find the end of a thought. You're not supposed to finish every loop or resolve every question. Some things are allowed to remain unfinished, not because they failed, but because they were never meant to be completed. There's no scorecard for how well you've rested, no audit for whether your mind was quiet enough. The only measure is this: that the body has stopped searching, and the nervous system has settled into a place where it doesn't have to defend itself anymore. You are not doing anything wrong by being here. You're not failing because you haven't fallen asleep yet. There is no punishment for stillness, no consequence for stopping. The only thing required is that you stay without effort, without demand. Your mind doesn't have to be a guide. It can be a passenger now, a witness, or nothing at all.
there's soft pressure against the pillow. Not from your head, but from how the air fills in around it. Like breath settling into shape after being held too long. The weight of your body is not heavy. It's only present, and that presence is enough. The stillness isn't empty because there's no sound. It's full because there's nothing to interrupt it. Your body is settling into the shape that only sleep can make possible. Without your help, without your permission, without you needing to notice at all.
The mattress isn't holding you. It's letting you be held by gravity in a way that doesn't require balance or effort. You are not resisting this softness. You're simply no longer trying to move through it. A warmth has spread where the back of your neck meets the pillow. Slow and steady, like water finding its level after long stillness. It isn't heat you're feeling, it's presence. A quiet pulse that doesn't need a name or direction. The air around you is not cold or thin. It moves with enough weight to feel like a breath just before dawn. When everything waits, but no one speaks. You don't have to gather what's left of the day and carry it forward.
No list needs completing. No sentence must be finished at this hour. There are things that don't require closure, like the way clouds drift without needing to arrive anywhere. They simply exist in motion, not for a purpose, not because they've been told to go. The mind still moves, not fast enough to be called thought, but slow enough to be felt as a ripple on water. It comes and goes like a leaf caught in current. It doesn't cling. It doesn't explain why it arrived or where it's going. You don't have to follow its path. You only need to let the space around it stay open. There is no urgency in how your breath moves, no rhythm you must maintain. The air flows through your nose and throat as if this moment has always been part of the body's natural cycle. No preparation needed, no effort required. It's not an act of breathing. It's more like being breathed by something larger than yourself. The silence isn't empty. It's full in a way that doesn't need filling.
There is sound here, but it belongs to nothing you can name. The soft creak of floorboards somewhere far off, the distant hum of a refrigerator long past its peak. The faintest sigh from inside walls where air shifts between seasons. You are not responsible for making sense of any of this. You're not required to understand what's happening or why it feels like you've been released from something you never noticed leaving. The weight in your shoulders isn't heavy, it's just present, and that presence is enough. It doesn't demand anything except being acknowledged, and even that can wait. A thought passes, no more than a flicker. It drifts through the space like dust in sunlight, visible only because it catches light, not because it matters, and then it vanishes. Not because you sent it away, but because staying wasn't part of its design. The darkness beneath your eyelids isn't a lack of light. It's a kind of listening. It receives everything without judgment. No memory is too loud, no feeling too fragile to be held in this quiet space where time doesn't measure progress or failure. Your hands are not making plans anymore. They aren't tightening into fists or reaching toward something that won't come. They lie still, not because they've stopped working, but because they've remembered how to rest. The skin on your palms feels like paper left open in rain. Soft, slightly damp, and no longer afraid of being touched. There's a kind of listening happening now. One not done with ears, but with the whole body. Not searching for meaning. Not tracking what comes next. Just allowing sensation to exist without needing to be acted on. A warmth near your ribs isn't pain or pleasure. It's just warmth, like sunlight in an empty room that no one entered. The thought about how long it's been since you stopped moving, about whether this stillness is real or just exhaustion, doesn't need a reply. It can hang in the air like steam from forgotten tea, visible for a moment, then gone before it could be named. There's space between your breaths, not silence, but a kind of waiting that doesn't expect an answer, that isn't anxious, not because it's calm, but because it has stopped asking questions about itself. The body is learning what it means to simply stay, without needing to prove anything. Your feet feel grounded in the mattress, not from pressure, but from how they've settled into a place where movement wasn't required. They're no longer planning steps or rehearsing routes through crowded rooms. There's nothing to get to now. Nothing that needs arrival. A shadow passes across your awareness. Not sharp, not sudden, but soft and slow, like something drifting behind glass. It doesn't bring news or warning. It simply exists in the quiet between thoughts, as if it were part of the same breath you're holding without knowing it. There's no need to find a reason for this stillness. No requirement that it makes sense. The body knows what it needs, more than your mind ever could. And right now, all it wants is to stop searching and simply be where it already is. The air presses gently against your skin. Not cold, not hot, just there.
Like the way a blanket folds over you when no one's watching, not because anyone placed it, but because gravity knows how to do its job without being asked. You are not in charge of what happens next. You don't have to decide whether to sleep or wake. The body has already moved beyond that choice. It's entered a place where effort is irrelevant, where staying still isn't failure and stopping isn't surrender. Your mind may still whisper about things left undone, about conversations that could have gone differently, about moments you wish you'd handled better. But those whispers don't need to be answered. They don't have to be followed. They can fade into the air like smoke from a candle long burned out. Visible for a while, then simply gone. There's no one waiting for your thoughts to finish. No audience that needs closure. The quiet isn't impatient. It doesn't care if you're ready or not. It has been here longer than any of this ever began. The fabric beneath you feels different now. Not just touchable, but like a kind of memory returning without being recalled. Like something you've known before, even though you never named it. The way cotton can feel like breath after rain, or how linen holds the shape of someone who used to lie there. Your arms aren't holding anything. Not your past, not your plans, not your regrets. They're simply resting, allowing themselves to be what they were always meant to be. Part of a body that doesn't have to carry anything anymore. A pause occurs, not between thoughts, but in the space where thought might begin. It's not emptiness, it's fullness without form. A breath that isn't taken yet, but is already here. You don't need to become quiet. You're already there. Not because you've achieved something, but because stillness has found you again, like a river returning to its bed after years of being diverted. The part of you that feels restless doesn't have to be fixed. It can simply rest too. No correction needed, no instruction required. The body is learning how to let go without needing permission. There's no need to make this moment matter. No reason for it to leave behind a trace. It can stay exactly as it is, unnoticed, unclaimed, unmeasured. And that's enough. The darkness around you isn't dark because there's nothing in it. It's dark because everything has paused. Not out of exhaustion, but because it no longer needs to rush. You are not losing time. You are simply letting it go. Not chasing after minutes or hours. Not measuring how much is left until morning. Not counting breaths as if each one needed to be accounted for. The only thing that matters now is the weight of your body on the bed. Not because you're holding yourself down, but because gravity has finally caught up with what you've been trying to outrun. And when another thought comes, whether it's about something real or imagined, it doesn't need a beginning or an end. It can just be there for as long as it wants, and then dissolve into the air like mist over water. There is no goal in this silence. No prize for lasting longer than usual. You're not being tested, not judged, not expected to wake up by any hour you've set before sleep came. You are not required to stay awake long enough for your mind to find a way out through its own effort.
You don't need to finish anything. The weight of your limbs isn't meant to be lifted. It's meant to sink deeper into the surface that holds you, like roots settling into soil after rain has passed. There is no urgency in this letting go. It doesn't have to arrive with a sound or a signal. It can come just as quietly as breath does when it stops being noticed. The air around you moves without any need for direction, not toward anything, not away from anything, just existing in its own rhythm, like the soft current of water beneath stone. Your chest rises and falls, not because you've decided to breathe, but because your body remembers how to do so, even when attention isn't involved. You don't have to guide it. You don't have to watch for signs that you are still alive. The fact that you are here, lying down, breathing in the dark, is enough. There's no performance at this hour. No need to prove yourself capable of anything beyond resting. Even your thoughts, they can linger without being followed through. They can drift like dust motes, caught in a beam of light too faint to see clearly, not needing a name, not requiring resolution, just floating, moving slowly across the space between moments. You might notice that some images return, not because they were summoned, but because they've been waiting at the edge of awareness for hours, quietly gathering strength. A word spoken in passing, the shape of someone's face after silence, a sentence left incomplete in a conversation where no one ever said what came next. These aren't reminders meant to be acted upon. They're not unfinished business. They're just echoes that have found their way into the quiet. And you don't need to answer them. You don't even need to acknowledge they exist. You can let them pass through like shadows over a wall where no one is watching and nothing has changed because of it. The fabric beneath your back has taken on a certain warmth, not from heat, but from holding the shape of someone who lay there before you. Not a memory that must be remembered, just a trace left behind by time itself. Like how old paper remembers the ink long after the letters are gone, or how a stone absorbs sunlight and keeps it inside for hours after sunset. You don't have to remember what happened earlier today. You don't need to sort through anything. The mind doesn't have to be tidy. Now, it can leave things scattered, thoughts, feelings, moments of doubt, as if the room were never meant to be organized. As though stillness isn't a clean slate, but a place where loose things are allowed to rest. There's no reason for your breath to become slower on purpose. It doesn't need to change its pace to qualify as peaceful. It can stay exactly as it is, steady, soft, unaware of any expectation. Even if one moment feels longer than the next, that's not a problem. The time between heartbeats isn't meant to be measured. The pause after a thought doesn't have to lead anywhere. Your hands aren't closed around anything. They don't need to clutch or grip or protect. They're simply there, open and relaxed, like leaves fallen onto the ground, waiting for no one to pick them up. You don't have to do anything with them. Not now. Not ever. There's space in their stillness that doesn't require filling.
You might feel a faint vibration somewhere, not loud enough to be sound, not sharp enough to be pain. Just a soft pulse moving through the bed frame or under your skin, like a signal from another part of your body that's already asleep but hasn't told you yet.
It isn't asking for attention. It isn't saying anything. It's just being. The silence doesn't feel empty because there's nothing in it. It feels full because everything has stopped trying to be noticed. The hum of the refrigerator, distant traffic, the quiet creak of a house settling. These aren't interruptions. They're not demands for your attention. They're part of the rhythm now, like background air that doesn't need to be named. You don't have to decide if you're tired or awake. You can simply be somewhere between them, a place where being is enough without needing to prove it, where rest isn't something earned by effort but given freely, like sunlight falling on a windowsill at dusk. Even your awareness doesn't have to stay alert. It can relax into the background, like light fading from a room after someone has left and no one came back to turn anything on. No need for focus. No requirement to keep track of where you are or how much time is passing. There's nothing waiting behind this moment that needs your approval. Nothing hidden beneath it that must be revealed. The night isn't hiding secrets. It's just being what it has always been. A long, slow breath held between two parts of the day. You don't need to finish thinking about anything. You don't have to come to peace with decisions you can't change or conversations you wish had gone differently. Those things can stay unresolved, not because they're important, but because they've already slipped past your control and into time itself. They aren't yours anymore. Not in the way that matters. They belong to history now. The kind of history that doesn't need memory to survive, just silence. And you, your body, your breath, your mind are not required to do anything beyond being here. Not even to be quiet. You don't have to become still because someone told you to. You can stay restless if you want. You can keep thinking, drifting, waking up a little more than once. It doesn't matter. There's no final threshold to cross. No gate to pass through that marks the moment when sleep begins. There are only slow changes, like how water seeps into sand without making noise, or how shadows grow longer without anyone noticing. There's no rule saying you must stop thinking before you sleep. There's no law stating that thoughts have to disappear when your eyes close. Some may stay open longer than others, like lanterns left on after guests have gone home. But they don't need to be turned off. They can just drift toward the edge of awareness and fade, like ink dissolving in water. You're not losing yourself by letting go. You're not becoming less aware. You're simply allowing your attention to rest without needing a purpose. Even if you wake up later, your eyes opening slowly, limbs heavy with sleep, the moment isn't lost. It's still here, folded into the quiet like a letter left on a table with no return address. And when another thought arrives, a fragment of something said yesterday, a feeling from an hour ago, it doesn't have to be answered. It can simply appear in your mind and then disappear again. Not because you made it go away, but because there's nowhere for it to stay. The bed holds more than weight. It remembers the shape of stillness, even when no one is lying on it. And now that you're here, it doesn't need to remind itself how to be soft, or warm, or quiet. It already knows. You don't have to make anything happen. You don't have to think your way through this night. There's room in the dark for things to remain unfinished. Not because they were neglected, but because some moments aren't meant to end. They're just meant to be. You are not a vessel meant to hold every echo of what's past. The mind is not a clock that must keep ticking until something stops. It can be still without stopping, like a lake that doesn't stir even when wind has left the shore. There's no demand for silence, only space where thought can settle like dust in air that hasn't moved for hours.
You don't have to clean up what you've thought about today. There's no need to organize it all or assign meaning to each moment that flickered through your awareness. The act of remembering doesn't require completion. It simply is. The body knows how to rest even when the mind resists. It has learned this in ways you haven't noticed. How the shoulders drop an inch without intention. How the breath slows just enough to be felt only by the place where it touches your ribs. There's no effort required for that. No instruction from inside or outside. Just a quiet letting go of what was never meant to stay. You can feel the weight now, not as pressure, but as presence. Not something you carry, but something that surrounds you. The fabric under your back isn't just cloth. It's a surface that holds shape without effort. Shaped by every person who ever lay here before you and still remembers how to be soft. It doesn't ask for anything. It only waits. There is no urgency in the dark. No voice calling from behind or ahead. Only what's happening right now. The slow rise of your chest, the slight shift in pressure beneath your hips, the way the air moves across your skin without needing to be noticed. You don't have to name any part of it. You don't need to know what is real or imagined, true or remembered. What you are feeling isn't a test. It's not evidence that you're going somewhere. It's just this. A series of small changes occurring without permission, without warning. The edges of your thoughts aren't sharp anymore. They've softened, like paper left too long in rain. There's no need to hold onto them tightly. No reason to keep asking what they mean or why they came back. You can let one drift away, not because it was wrong, but because there's nothing waiting for it on the other side. A sound comes from somewhere outside, not close enough to identify, not loud enough to matter. It arrives and then fades, like a word spoken in another language that never needed translation. There's no reason to follow it. No need to wonder who made it or what it meant. It passes through your awareness without leaving an imprint, like smoke from a distant fire seen through glass. You don't have to decide whether you're awake or drifting. You can be both at once.
aware enough to feel the weight of your limbs, and unaware enough that even the idea of moving feels too far away to try. There's no requirement to stay in any one state. The mind may still flit like a moth near a window pane, drawn by light it doesn't understand, but it doesn't have to land. There is room for things not to be solved, room for moments that don't need closure. You don't have to walk through every door you've passed in the last week, or open any drawers you've left closed. The house of your mind isn't a place where everything must be inspected. It's just a space, quiet now, almost empty, and it doesn't expect anything from you. You can allow a memory to linger without welcoming it. You don't have to welcome it or reject it either. Just let it exist in the background, like a lamp left on in an unused room. Its light isn't meant for anyone. It's just there, illuminating nothing specific, casting no shadows that need naming. There is warmth where your legs touch the blanket, just beneath the surface of skin. Not hot, but present, like heat rising from stone after day has ended. There's no reason to move toward it or away from it. You can lie with it like a quiet companion. Let it stay without needing to be explained. The air in this room is still not because there's no movement, but because every motion happens so slowly you don't notice it. A curtain shifts an inch at the window. Dust floats through the beam of moonlight that cuts across your bed. Neither one demands your attention. Neither needs a response. There's no rule saying thoughts must be pushed away or chased down like animals in a field. They can just remain where they are, not fighting to stay or fleeing to escape. You don't have to make peace with them. You don't need to forgive anything that happened today. You can allow yourself to be tired without needing a reason. Not because something terrible has happened. Not because you worked too hard, but simply because the body knows what it has been carrying all day. And now, finally, there is no need to carry anything at all. There's nothing behind this moment that needs your attention. No message left in an unread email. No name whispered on a list of things forgotten. No unfinished apology hanging between two people
who already gone their separate ways.
None of it matters right here, right now. Because you aren't required to fix any of it. Even if another thought arrives, a word from yesterday, a sentence that doesn't belong in this silence, it can just appear like fog rolling across a field and then drift off without being named or questioned. You don't have to say whether it's true or false, real or imagined. It can be neither. It can simply be. The bed isn't waiting for you to fall asleep. It doesn't care if your eyes stay open or close. It only knows how to hold stillness, how to become soft beneath whatever weight is placed on it. And now that you are here, it's not trying to do anything special. It's just being what it has always been. A place where motion slows and effort ends. You don't have to stop thinking in order to rest. You don't need to silence the part of you that wonders or remembers or questions. There's no law saying your mind must be quiet before sleep can begin. Sleep doesn't arrive with fanfare. It arrives like night itself. Slow, inevitable. Not noticed until it's already here. There is space for thoughts to drift through without being caught. Space for feelings to rise and fall without needing explanation. You don't have to guide them or hold them back. There's no need to keep track of how many times you've thought about the same thing today. How many loops? How many returns? The mind doesn't need a leader right now. It just needs permission to be. The air feels heavier in some places and lighter in others. Not because it changes, but because your awareness moves through it differently. You don't have to understand why. There's no reason to wonder whether the heaviness is real or imagined. It simply is. The way a cloud can feel dense, even when you know it's made of nothing. You are not responsible for what happens next, not for how long this lasts, not for where your thoughts go if they leave this place. They don't need permission. They don't need to report back. There's no requirement that any part of you arrive anywhere at all. There is a quiet in the room, not because nothing is happening, but because everything is moving too slowly to be heard, like water seeping through roots underground, like sound muffled by snowfall on an untouched road. The world doesn't need to make noise to exist. You can let go without knowing what comes after. You don't have to know if you'll wake up tomorrow or stay here longer than this moment allows. There's no deadline for being still. No test of how well you've done at resting. The edges of your awareness are not sharp. They're blurred like light passing through fog. Not clear enough to define boundaries, but wide enough to contain everything that is happening without needing to name it. There's no purpose behind the way light falls across the floorboards, uneven and pale under the weight of night, as though time itself has forgotten how to hurry. Your hands lie still on top of the blanket, fingers curled slightly, not in tension, not in effort, but simply because they have stopped trying to do anything. They are not reaching for answers or holding on to moments that won't stay. There's no reason to shape them into a gesture that means something. The weight of your arms is only weight, no meaning attached. It settles where it lands, like dust on glass, after the wind has passed. The silence in the room isn't empty. It is full with absence, not with noise, not with sound, but with what remains when everything else has been released, like water that has settled so deeply into soil that it no longer reflects anything above. It does not need to be seen or named. It simply is. And you are being held within the same space. Not in a place of waiting. Not in anticipation. But in a moment where there is room for nothing to happen. There's warmth near your shoulder, not from heat, but from stillness. Something that has been present long enough to become part of the air. It doesn't reach out or demand attention. It simply stays, like the way shadow pools in corners after the last light has gone away and refuses to leave. You don't have to decide if it's comforting or not. It can be whatever you allow it to be, no more, no less. Your breath moves without direction now. Not shallow, not deep, but just a quiet rhythm that doesn't need to prove anything. Each inhalation is not an effort toward calm, nor each exhalation a release of tension.
There is no task in the way your lungs expand and fall. It's simply motion, like trees swaying when there's no wind, like waves arriving at shore without ever having been planned. A thought slips through, the shape of it thin as thread, not sharp enough to catch on anything. You don't have to decide what it means or whether it belongs. It floats in the space between one pause and the next, a quiet ripple across still water that doesn't disturb the surface. It arrives like fog crossing a field at dawn, not with intention, not with purpose, but simply because that is how such things happen.
And now it's gone, just as quietly as it came. Not erased, not pushed away, just no longer here in any way you can sense or mark. There's room for more of them to come if they wish. They don't need permission. They don't have to make themselves known before leaving. You aren't required to follow. There is a space between your thoughts now, a thin layer where nothing happens, not even the act of noticing that something has happened.
It isn't silence in the way people mean when they say, "be quiet." This is a kind of stillness that does not require effort. It doesn't need you to hold it down or keep it from breaking. You don't have to guard against it disappearing. The blanket presses gently where your legs rest. Just enough pressure to remind you that you are in a body, but not so much as to ask for response. There's no demand behind the weight. It doesn't want anything of you. It only exists, like air or light, without needing to be useful. Outside, something moves. Not loud, not sudden, but just an absence of stillness somewhere beyond the glass. A branch brushing against wood. A shutter shifting in a draft that never reached your room. You don't have to listen for it. You don't have to wonder what caused it. It is no longer part of your attention. It doesn't need you to understand. You are not responsible for tracking how long this moment lasts. There is no record being kept of how many seconds pass or whether the night will end before you settle into it.
The hours stretch without becoming heavy because they don't ask anything of you. They simply continue, like a river that flows past without stopping to speak. Your eyelids feel different now. Not stiff, not tired, but soft in their shape, as if the muscles beneath them have forgotten how to resist. There's no reason for them to stay open or closed. No need to make a decision about whether you're awake or sleeping. It doesn't matter which side wins. The body will decide when it's ready. The quiet has become part of your skin. Not something outside, not something separate, but now the space where things happen without being noticed, like roots growing in soil that don't know they are moving, like a river flowing beneath ground, unseen and unmarked by time. It doesn't have anything to say, and even if it did, there's no place here for replies. The weight of the night is not pressing down. It is only existing, like gravity that never asks you to notice its presence. You don't need to carry any of it. There is no burden in staying still, no cost to not trying to fix what doesn't require fixing. There's a slow warmth spreading beneath your ribs, not heat, not ache, but just the kind of softness that comes from being left alone long enough for tension to forget how to stay. The edges of awareness are blurred now, not because they're fading, but because there's no longer any need to draw lines. There's no boundary between thought and feeling, between presence and absence, between what is real and what might be imagined. You don't have to choose whether this is sleep or not. It doesn't matter if you wake up later with the same thoughts returning, because even then, they won't carry their old weight. They'll arrive like visitors who come without shoes, without purpose, without needing to explain why they're here. There's no one listening for your breath anymore. Not in the room, not outside it. No voice waiting to judge whether you've done enough or failed to do something important. There's only this quiet and the slow way your body lets go, like a knot that has been untied without ever having been tied tightly. The air feels thick but soft now, like cotton pressed gently into stillness. It doesn't need to be moved or changed. It just stays where it is, allowing everything else to rest within its shape. You don't have to carry any of yesterday's unfinished things with you tonight. You don't have to answer questions that were never meant for this hour. There is no law saying you must finish anything before the dark can hold you.
Even if another thought arrives, like a shadow passing across the floor, it doesn't need to be named, questioned, or followed. It can simply pass through like wind through leaves, not stopping, not lingering, just moving on without leaving behind any trace of why it came.
Your body is no longer trying to stay alert. It's not resisting sleep. It's not holding its breath in expectation of something that might happen later. It's only being just as the bed has always been, just as the night has always been, a place where nothing needs to be done. There's space for everything, and also no room at all for anything to matter. The darkness isn't empty. It isn't cold. It simply is. And you are within it, not trapped, not lost, but allowed to stay exactly where you are without needing to go anywhere else. You are held by a stillness that has no name, yet feels familiar, like the way sunlight falls across floorboards at dawn. Not warm, not bright, just present enough to mark where one thing ends and another begins. The air around you is not thin or sharp. It's full of quiet pressure, like water holding its shape beneath a surface that doesn't ripple. You don't need to measure how long this has lasted. There's no clock here, only the slow unfolding of weight settling into place. Your shoulders letting go without warning. Your hands lying flat as if they've forgotten how to clutch anything. There is a soft hum in the dark, not from any machine or distant road, but something older than sound, like the way silence can vibrate when no one's listening. It doesn't demand attention. You don't need to identify it or trace its source. It simply lives beneath your awareness, not as noise, not as signal, just as part of what remains when everything else has quieted. Your breath moves in and out without effort, like the tide returning to a shore that no longer remembers being touched. Thoughts still come. No surprise there, but they arrive now with less weight than before, as if gravity itself has loosened its grip on meaning. One drifts near, not urgent, not familiar. Just an image of someone walking down a hall you've never seen, wearing shoes that don't quite match the floor. You don't follow it. You don't ask who they are or where they're going. It passes like mist through open windows. No trace left behind. No echo in your chest. Your body has stopped trying to stay awake. Not because you decided to sleep,
Not because anything changed from outside, but because the space inside you has grown large enough that even motion feels unnecessary. The sheets are not crisp or cool anymore. They've softened into something like memory. Familiar textures pressed deep by time and touch.
You're sinking. Not downward in a way that pulls at your spine, but inward, as if gravity is no longer pulling things apart, only allowing them to settle. There's warmth pooling beneath the skin of your arms now, not heat, not discomfort, just a quiet fullness like light gathering behind closed eyelids when you've stopped trying to see. The kind of warmth that doesn't burn or fade, but remains steady, like embers under ash. You don't need to keep track of it. It's not yours to hold or release. It is simply here. The silence isn't empty. It holds more than absence. It contains the shape of your stillness, the curve of your breath, the way your thoughts pass through without leaving a mark. There's no demand for clarity. No need to understand why things linger or how they ended. You don't have to carry the weight of what happened before this moment. Not because it was unimportant, but because now is not the time. Outside, somewhere beyond the walls and windows, something might be moving. A car passing far off. A branch brushing against glass. But you don't hear them as interruptions. They are not sounds that need to be answered or noticed. They come into your awareness like shadows crossing a wall. Brief, soft, no longer relevant when they're gone. Your hands rest where they've landed, palms up on the coverlet. Fingers relaxed in ways they haven't been for hours. There's no effort behind them. Not even the kind of quiet muscle memory that keeps someone alert just beneath the surface. They are not waiting. They are not holding anything back. The space between your fingertips is open, wide enough to let thoughts drift through like dust motes caught in a single beam. You don't have to decide whether you're asleep or awake. There's no line here, only an expansion of quiet, a letting go that doesn't require permission. Your mind isn't clearing out. It's not becoming blank. It's simply allowing itself to be what it is. Restless, without needing correction. Returning again and again to the same places. Not because they're important, but because your body has learned how to stay still even when thought moves. There is a softness in your jaw now, like muscles that have forgotten tension ever existed. Your neck feels long and unbound, not stiff or strained, just open, like air flowing through an abandoned hallway. You don't need to adjust it. It doesn't hurt. There's no reason to change the way you are. The dark isn't cold anymore, not even faintly. It holds temperature without judgment. It doesn't shrink back from your presence. It simply lets you stay. The room is not empty, but full of a kind of quiet that has no purpose beyond being. You don't need to fill it with meaning. You don't have to name what's happening. Your breath slows again, not because you're trying, but because the rhythm inside you has found its own pace, like water settling into the hollows between stones. There's a pause between each in and out, just long enough that time feels less urgent, less real. The space between doesn't matter. It isn't missing anything. It's simply part of how things move now. Another thought arrives, not as an event, not as a memory, but like the faintest ripple across still water. Someone speaking your name in a dream you never had. You don't turn toward it. You don't reach for its meaning. It drifts through without leaving a mark, like light passing over a surface that doesn't reflect. You are not searching for anything here. Not relief, not peace, not even sleep. There's no goal, no destination. Just the feeling of being held by something so ordinary it can't be described. Your body in bed, your breath moving without strain, your thoughts floating like paper boats on a slow river that doesn't run anywhere. There is a weight in your chest, not pressure, not pain, but the kind of fullness you feel when someone places their hand gently on your shoulder and says nothing. It's not about comfort, but presence. Not about connection, but stillness. You don't have to respond. You don't have to understand it. Your arms are heavy now, just enough that they press into the mattress without effort. The fabric isn't smooth anymore. It has a texture of its own, soft threads worn down by time and touch, holding the shape of your body like an old friend, remembers how you lie. There's no need to shift or reposition. You don't have to make yourself fit. The air in the room feels thick, but not heavy. Not like pressure, not like weight, but like something that has stopped resisting movement. It flows around you without friction. It doesn't cling. It doesn't pull. It just stays where it is, allowing everything else to settle into its shape. It exists, not because you're aware of it, but because it's part of how things are now. Your body is no longer separate from the bed. It doesn't feel like a thing that lies upon something else. It feels more like an extension of it, a quiet merging, like roots spreading beneath soil without needing to be seen. You don't have to do anything about it. There's no need to claim ownership or define where one ends and another begins. There is warmth in your back now. Deep, slow. Not from outside, but from within. Like the body remembering how to rest, even when it has forgotten why it ever needed to move. The dark isn't waiting for you to wake up. It doesn't care whether you stay awake or drift away. It simply holds space, not as a promise, not as an offer, just as something that is already here, always has been. You don't have to prove your stillness by holding it longer. You don't need to earn the quiet with effort. It's not earned at all. It arrives on its own, like morning light through curtains no one opened. Your hands are flat now, not stiff, not tense, just resting as if they've been placed there by someone who knew you'd never want them anywhere else. Your fingers are still where they landed, no longer aware of their position, only that they exist as parts of a hole that is settling deeper into the dark. It doesn't rise and fall like clockwork. It just flows in its own rhythm, as though the body knows when to give and when to let go without being told. Your chest opens gently with each slow release, not forced open by effort, but eased open by time itself. There's no need for you to guide it, no reason to shape how deep or shallow it should be. It is what it is, just breath, happening in a space where even the word space feels unnecessary. You're not inside something. You're part of it. The room isn't around your body. It's grown into your edges.
A sound passes through the silence. Not loud, not sudden, but one that arrives with no origin. Like a distant hum from somewhere far below the floorboards, or a memory without a source. It doesn't wake anything inside you. You don't wonder what it is. There's no urge to identify it or send it away. It drifts through your awareness as easily as dust in sunlight. Present, but not present enough to matter. Your left foot rests flat, the heel pressing lightly into the mattress. Not because you meant for it to be that way, but because gravity has made its choice without asking permission. The pressure is soft, almost indifferent. There's no point of contact that feels urgent or important. Every part of your body settles like sand in a slow current, not trying to reach anything, only following the pull toward stillness. A thread of warmth runs along your spine, not radiating out from a center, but seeping up from below, like water rising through stone. It doesn't burn. It doesn't pulse. It's just there, as steady and quiet as the dark beneath the surface of a lake that has no name. You don't have to claim it. You don't need to feel grateful for it. It is not an event, not even a sensation. Just something happening without asking you. The thought doesn't come in words. Just the idea that you could let go, really let go, and still be here. Not collapsed, not erased, but simply no longer needing to hold yourself together. There's no risk of falling because there's nothing left to fall from. You're already down, not by accident, but by choice. A choice made long before you knew what it meant. The mattress has stopped being furniture. It's become a kind of ground, not hard or cold, but soft with time and memory. Each dip shaped not only by your body, but by the bodies that lay here before. Their shapes worn into the fabric like fingerprints in clay.
You're lying on something older than you are, and it doesn't mind that you're tired. Your shoulders have released, not in a moment of effort, but through the quiet erosion of tension over hours. As if each second wore away a tiny bit of resistance until only softness remained. They don't sink into anything. They simply stop lifting. There's no weight to carry anymore. A faint scent drifts from somewhere near your pillow. Something neutral and unmarked, like air that hasn't been touched by perfume or smoke. It isn't fresh nor old. It just is. And it doesn't linger in the way things usually do. It appears for a moment, then fades as if returning to where it came from. There's no need to remember what you were thinking before this. No reason to trace back through any sequence of events or decisions that led you here. The thoughts aren't gone. They're just not active anymore. They drift at the edge of awareness like shadows cast by a lamp that was turned off, still visible because they haven't vanished yet. You don't have to name them. You don't need to say, "This is worry," or "That's regret." There's no requirement to assign meaning. Even if you wanted to, there's no language left for it. Only the soft hum of absence. The dark holds more than shadow. It holds space that doesn't demand anything. No invitation. No expectation. It simply accepts everything as it arrives. Breath, silence, weight, warmth, stillness. All things that pass through without being claimed or changed. You don't have to stay awake for this moment. You don't need to remember it when you wake tomorrow. There is no obligation to carry any part of it forward. The quiet doesn't ask to be preserved. It just is, like the pause between heartbeats, like the stillness after a wave recedes. A shape passes through your mind, not clear, not sharp, but something that feels familiar without being identifiable. You don't reach for it. You don't wonder what it means or why it's here. It slips by as easily as steam rising from a cup left on a table too long. Visible only because the air is warm enough to show its path. There's no need to follow anything now. No reason to track where thoughts go once they leave your attention. They don't have to return. They don't even have to be finished. Some things aren't meant to be completed. They're meant to be released, not into a void, but simply into the air. Like smoke from a fire that has gone out. You are not responsible for remembering how this began or what it was supposed to fix. There's no task left undone. No list yet to complete. Nothing left to organize in your head. Only stillness and breath and the quiet feeling of being held by something that doesn't need you to do anything at all. The weight behind your eyes isn't pressure. It's not even fullness. It's more like a kind of presence, as though your lids are heavy with memory, not fatigue. Not because they've been open too long, but because they've seen too much, and now they want only to stay closed just for this moment. The fabric around you has softened, not the material itself, but how it feels against your skin, like cloth that's grown used to your shape over many nights, each one a little different, but all of them part of the same quiet rhythm. It doesn't resist. It doesn't try to be smooth or clean. It simply holds. There is no demand for you to stay awake. No need to prove that you're capable of resting. You don't have to earn this stillness by being good, by trying hard, by doing it right. It isn't earned at all. It's just allowed, given freely, without condition. Your body doesn't have to be a place where thoughts are fought. It can be a place where they simply pass through, like birds flying over land that has no name or boundary. They don't stop. They don't claim anything. They don't leave behind nests or feathers. The dark isn't waiting for you to decide whether it's safe. It doesn't need your permission to exist. You're not being tested on how long you can stay still. There is no score, no judgment, no record made of this night. You are not required to be anything. Not calm, not peaceful, not even asleep, just here. Present in the way that a leaf is present when it rests on water. Not fighting the current, not pretending to be solid, only existing as part of what already is. There's no need for you to do anything with this moment. No reason to keep it or let go of it. It isn't yours to hold or release. It just happens. Like a breath that comes without will. Like sound that echoes in empty rooms where no one ever stood. You don't have to be aware of your feet. You don't need to feel your hands. There's no rule about whether you should notice the air on your skin or not. The only thing required is that you continue to lie there, not moving, not struggling,
just letting whatever happens happen without interference. You are not required to remember how your body settled into the mattress, or when the last ripple of tension left your shoulders. It happened without a signal, like water finding its level after a long storm. The space beneath you is no longer just support. It's become something quieter, more patient. You don't have to name it, nor ask why it holds so gently. There's only this: the way warmth gathers in the hollows of your knees, not as heat, but as absence. Absence of effort, absence of planning, absence of what comes next. It doesn't want anything from you. The air near your face is still warm, thick with the memory of breath. And though it's cooled slightly since you first lay down, it hasn't lost its softness. There's a kind of quiet that isn't silence, but something older, like the pause between two notes in music no one remembers playing, where time doesn't move forward or backward, but simply rests. You are not inside time anymore, not even near it. A sound drifts from somewhere beyond the walls, a distant hum, not loud enough to be a complaint, just present like dust settling on glass after rain. It isn't yours to respond to. You don't need to say whether you heard it or how far away it is. The moment passes without your attention having to catch up with it. There's no reason for the mind to keep track of what fades into background. Your hands lie at rest, not curled, not spread, just where they fell, unclaimed by purpose. They aren't waiting to be used again. They don't ache or itch with future tasks. They are only there, like stones that have given up being carried and now sit in the stream without moving. The skin over them is warm but not hot, and every tiny shift of blood beneath it goes unnoticed. That's fine. No one needs to notice. There's no need to feel your feet anymore either. Not their shape, not their warmth, not even whether they're under the blanket or on top of it. They could be in a different room for all that matters. It doesn't matter if you know where they are. What matters is this: you don't have to return to them. You don't have to check in. There's no obligation to feel anything at all, not even the weight of your own limbs. The thoughts that used to crowd around your ears like birds trying to land on a wire. Those moments when one idea would pull another behind it, and then another, have slowed their flight.
They aren't gone, but they're not in charge anymore. They pass by with less urgency than before, like clouds moving across the sky, not because they want to be seen, but simply because the air carries them onward without direction. You don't have to guide them. You don't even have to watch.
Some of them pause briefly as if considering a landing, just for an instant, but then drift on again, no longer needing your permission to go or stay. There's no need to finish any sentence that forms in the dark. No one is waiting at the end of it. The thought can hang in mid-air like thread caught between two branches after wind has passed through the trees. Unwoven, unclaimed, and you don't have to do anything with it. Not cut it loose, not tie it off. You are not being asked to solve or reframe anything. There's no problem that needs your attention now.
The past doesn't need a verdict. The future won't arrive any sooner if you think about it. You're not responsible for keeping things whole. Your body is softening, not because you told it to, but because the night has made its own decision. It wants nothing from you except to lie still and let go. Your spine settles into the curve of the mattress like a river, finding its bed after years of running uphill. You don't have to make room for it. It's already there. The breath moves through your chest without demand. Not shallow or deep, but just present, like wind passing through an empty corridor where no one has lived in decades. The air doesn't need to be measured. It doesn't have to fill every space perfectly. Some parts of the lungs stay quiet. Others breathe on their own. There's a kind of stillness that isn't silent. It's full, but not loud, like snow falling gently over an abandoned road where no footprints remain and nothing will ever come again. There's no need to listen for what might follow. The moment is complete in itself. You don't have to know how long this lasts. You don't even have to wonder if it's real or imagined. It doesn't matter whether you're asleep or awake, only that you are allowed to be where you are without needing proof. A thought arrives, not sharp, not urgent, but like a stone dropped into water far away and barely felt at the surface. It makes no splash, no ripple spreads outward. It sinks quietly, with no name, no explanation, and then it's gone. You don't need to ask where it went or why it came. There is nothing here that requires your opinion. Nothing needs your approval. There's only this. The way your skin feels against the sheet, not as fabric, but as a kind of silence made soft by touch. The same quiet that comes when you stop speaking after hours of talking, and no one says anything back. The dark isn't waiting for you to decide whether it's safe or not. It doesn't care if you're ready
It has always been here, long before the day began, long before you were aware of your own thoughts. It doesn't want you to be brave. It doesn't need you to believe in anything. You don't have to feel peaceful. You don't even have to like the quiet. You can just be there, if only for a little while, without trying to do it right, without needing to earn peace by being still or calm or good. There's no rule that says you must stop thinking. There's also no reason why you should keep holding on to what comes up. They come and go like shadows under trees when the wind slows down. You don't have to follow them into the woods. You can just stay where you are, watching how they fade at the edges. You're not being tested on whether your mind is empty or full. There's no exam tomorrow. No one will ask if you've completed anything tonight. The only thing that matters is what happens now, not in a moment of achievement, but simply because it does. Your body doesn't have to be useful anymore. It can stop performing, stop proving. It doesn't need to hold up your thoughts or carry them forward. You're not being asked to fix anything or make sense of anything, not even yourself. The air around you has softened into something that isn't quite temperature and isn't quite weight. It's just presence, like a room where someone used to sit, but no one sits now. The chair is there. The table is still set with nothing on it, and the light hasn't gone out. But everything feels paused. You don't have to name this place. You don't even need to be aware of how you got here or what came before. There's only this, a kind of softening that spread through your chest, like slow waves coming in from far away, not strong enough to pull anything along, just steady, like water moving over stones no one has seen for years. Your limbs are heavy now, not with tiredness, but with the absence of effort. They don't need to be lifted or moved. There's no purpose behind them anymore. The blood in your veins flows without direction, not trying to reach any destination. You're not being asked to believe anything about sleep. You don't have to trust that it will come. You can just let the idea of it fade, like a word whispered into silence and never repeated. There's no need to wait for it, no need to chase after it. Some thoughts still rise up,
Like bubbles in deep water, they form slowly, drift upward, break at the surface without leaving any trace. They don't carry meaning. They don't demand attention. You don't have to answer them or question why they're there. The air moves through you without obligation, a current that doesn't require gratitude or return. It passes through like wind over dry fields after harvest, not stirring anything but itself. You are neither inside it nor outside. It simply is, and in being so, it becomes part of what holds your body down. There's no effort to stay still, only the quiet truth that movement has stopped, because there was never a reason to begin again. Your fingers rest where they fell, not curled or clenched, but open like petals after rain, unclaimed by purpose. The weight in your arms isn't fatigue, it's release, the kind of heaviness that comes when nothing demands attention, when even stillness is allowed to exist without being watched. Your shoulders have slipped away from their usual position, no longer hunched against unseen pressure, no longer braced for something that might come. They've simply let go, not in surrender, but in recognition. The body remembers what the mind forgets, and it's okay now if you don't understand why. You are not being asked to empty your thoughts or silence them with willpower. You're simply permitted to notice that some of what rises up doesn't belong to the present moment, like distant radio signals picked up by accident, faint voices from another room in a house you don't live in anymore. They pass through like fog rolling over hills at dawn, not stopping, not lingering long enough to be named. There's no need to decide whether they're real or imagined. No requirement to file them under important or irrelevant. You can let them drift past without turning your head, like clouds seen from a train window that move too fast for you to follow, and you don't care where they're going. Your skin has grown used to the surface beneath it, the way fabric molds into shape only when pressure is constant. It no longer feels like something worn or applied. It's become part of your sense of place, not separate from you, but woven in, like a second layer of quiet that doesn't speak, and so isn't heard. The dark around you has softened further, not brighter, not darker, but more complete. There's nothing missing in it. No gaps where light should be. It feels less like absence and more like fullness. The kind of silence that fills a room when someone leaves behind their coat, their shoes, their unfinished sentence on the table. You don't need to listen for meaning in what isn't spoken. You can rest without needing proof that you're resting. The heaviness in your legs isn't a burden. It's just weight, like water gathering at the bottom of a bowl, no longer seeking an outlet, no longer asking why it stays. Your chest is open now, not because you forced it, but because there's no reason to close. The space inside is large enough for breath without effort, wide enough for thoughts that don't require response. It doesn't matter if they come again. They won't be met with resistance or welcome. They'll pass through like animals crossing a path in the forest at night. Seen, not followed. There's no need to mark time by how long you've been lying here. The clock is irrelevant because it isn't measuring anything. No progress, no achievement, no accumulation of minutes that must be justified. You are not being timed for sleep. There's no record being kept. Even the thought of falling asleep has loosened its grip. It doesn't need to happen in a way you can name or control. It may come as quietly as dust settling on an old book, unannounced and unnoticed, with nothing about it that demands your attention. You don't have to want anything from this moment. No comfort, no peace, no resolution. You're not being asked to do more than be present in the way you are, without correction or adjustment. There is no instruction manual for how to rest when the mind refuses to stop moving. But there is space enough for it anyway. The silence around you isn't empty. It holds what has already been spoken and what hasn't yet formed into words. It waits not with expectation, but with patience. Not waiting for you to arrive, just allowing your presence as if it had always known you'd come. You don't need to be grateful for this stillness. gratitude is a form of doing. Guilt is another kind of effort. There's no rule that says you must feel something in order to belong here, or that your value depends on how much peace you produce. The thoughts that return aren't enemies. They're just echoes from earlier hours, like footsteps heard through walls long after the person has left. They don't need to be answered. They don't even need acknowledgement. You can let them fade as if they were sound carried away by a breeze in a quiet street at night. Unimportant, unremembered.
There's no requirement to believe that this is enough. No obligation to feel safe or certain. What matters isn't the quality of your mind, it's just where you are. The way your body lies on the bed, not as resistance, but as surrender. Not as defeat, but as release. The warmth in your feet isn't heat from effort or blood flow. It's just presence. A kind of lingering light that stays even when no one is watching. Like embers left behind after the fire has gone out. You don't need to tend them. They can cool down slowly, without hurry. There are no rules about how long this lasts. No deadline for completion. The moment doesn't demand you return to it or leave it. Only that you remain where you are, not because of any decision, but because the body has stopped searching for another place. You don't need to ask if you're doing well. There's no scale by which your rest can be measured. You aren't being evaluated on how much stillness you've achieved or how many thoughts you've released. The only thing that exists now is this, a kind of quiet that doesn't demand anything, not even your attention. Your breath moves through you without force, like air passing over the surface of a lake where nothing stirs beneath. It's not deep, not shallow, it just is. And in being so, it becomes part of what keeps you grounded, not by effort, but by absence of effort. There's no need to stay awake or fall asleep. There's only this, the way your mind drifts through moments without holding on, like a leaf carried downstream with no destination, not resisting the current and not trying to cling to anything along the banks. You don't have to understand why you're here, only that you are. The past doesn't need fixing. The future doesn't need preparing. There's only this, a stillness that isn't earned, but simply allowed.
A quiet that is not achieved, but received like rain on soil, too dry to remember what it feels like to be wet. You don't have to do anything with the thoughts that come. No sorting, no labeling, no sending them away. They can remain as they are, passing through without claiming territory or asking for a seat. There's enough space in this moment for all of them, and none of them at once. The darkness doesn't ask you to be brave. It doesn't need you to believe it's safe. You don't have to like the quiet or feel comforted by it. You can simply exist within it. No permission needed, no approval required, no performance of peace. Even if your body feels heavy in a way that makes moving impossible, even if the thoughts keep rising up with nowhere to go, there's still room here for you. Not as someone who must do anything right, but as someone who is already enough by simply being present. You can let your shoulders sink into the mattress, as though they've forgotten how to lift themselves, like fabric that has long stopped holding its shape and now rests exactly where gravity places it. There's no need to adjust or align. Just this, weight settling without intention, not toward sleep, but simply because there is nowhere else to go. The air around you isn't thick with expectation. It moves softly through the space above your body, like a quiet current that doesn't pull in any direction but stays still between breaths. You don't need to listen for sounds beyond what's already here. The creak of wood, the soft hum from distant wiring, the faintest shift as your foot turns slightly under the blanket. They aren't signals or warnings. They're just events occurring in time, like dust settling on a surface that no longer needs cleaning. You don't have to name them. You don't have to decide if they matter. The silence between sounds is not empty. It's full of presence, shaped by what remains after the noise has passed. It's not a pause waiting for something else to happen. It's already complete in itself. The space where thoughts used to gather feels different now, not because it's cleared out, but because you've stopped measuring how much room there is. There's no scale on which clarity or emptiness can be weighed. You're not being tested for how quiet your mind has become. You don't have to carry the weight of unfinished business like a stone in your pocket, tucked away where it won't show. It doesn't need to be remembered or released. It just exists as part of what came before, like an old letter left on a table that no longer needs reading. You can let it stay there, unread and unopened, not out of neglect, but because nothing requires you to act. Your hands rest where they fall, fingers relaxed in the stillness between movement and memory. They don't know where they were going or what they might have done if you'd asked them to move. There's no urgency behind their position, no need for purpose. Just this: the way your skin meets the fabric of the blanket. Not pressing, but gently yielding, as though both are tired of pretending. The rhythm beneath you, the slow rise and fall of breath, isn't something you've learned or practiced. It's simply what happens when there's no one pushing to control it. It doesn't demand attention. It doesn't need your approval. It moves through you like the tide in a harbor, too small for waves, barely stirring but still present, so constant that you forget it's happening until it stops. You don't have to understand why thoughts return or how they linger after the moment has passed. They aren't proof of anything. Not failure, not obsession, not weakness. They're just patterns formed by earlier days, like ripples in water long after a stone has disappeared beneath the surface. You can let them dissolve without chasing their source. There's no rule that says you must answer every question your mind poses, whether it's about what someone said yesterday or what might happen tomorrow. Some questions aren't meant to be solved. They're just floating, like debris caught in a slow-moving stream. They drift past without asking for a response. You don't have to give one. Even if the same thought returns again and again, a phrase repeated like a broken record, you can let it circle through your awareness as though it were weather passing overhead, not stopping to take root, but moving on because there's no reason to stay. It doesn't need to be stopped, corrected, or even noticed. You don't have to do anything with it. Your eyes are closed, and that closing is not a signal of effort. It's just the way things settle when nothing else needs to happen. The lids rest over your vision like curtains drawn at dusk, not hiding light, but simply allowing darkness to become what it was meant to be. Not a lack, but a kind of holding. There's no need to believe in safety for this moment to be safe. You don't have to convince yourself that everything is okay, only that you are here, and that being here doesn't require performance or proof. The body lies down not as surrender, but as its own quiet language. I am tired. I can stop now. Your breathing isn't trying to reach a goal. It's just moving through your chest like air passing over stone warmed by the sun. Not deep, not shallow, just present. And being so, it becomes part of what keeps you anchored, not because you're holding on, but because there's nothing left to hold on to. You don't have to finish thinking about anything. You can leave sentences unfinished, questions hanging, conclusions unmade. There's room for uncertainty. There's space between ideas where no answer is needed. The mind doesn't need to resolve every thread. It only needs to stop weaving them into something that must be true. The warmth in your legs isn't effort. It's just the way blood flows when there's no reason to hurry, like water finding its own level after a storm has passed. It moves slowly through you, not because it wants to reach anywhere, but because it doesn't have to go anywhere at all. You don't need to stay awake or fall asleep, only that you remain in this place where movement stops and stillness begins without any announcement. There's no signal for when the night has ended, only a quiet fading, like a candle flame dimming, not because of fuel, but because it has reached its own limit. Thoughts come forward as if they were clouds drawn across an open sky, visible at first, then drifting beyond reach before you've even noticed them. They don't leave marks or ask for memory. You can let them pass without looking back. You're allowed to not know what's next. You don't have to prepare for the morning or imagine how it might feel. There's no need to rehearse any version of yourself waking up, stepping into a new day, handling whatever comes with grace. That moment isn't here yet, and you aren't required to live in it. Even if your mind keeps returning to things that can't be changed, words said too sharply, choices made too quickly, you don't have to fix them now. You're not being asked to rewrite the past or make amends for what's already happened. There's no judgment in this quiet. No one is watching you judge yourself. The dark around you isn't waiting for you to wake up. It doesn't care if you've been thinking too much, staying up too long, or lying still longer than usual. It simply holds space, not as a comfort, but as a fact. Like the way Earth holds roots that never reach light. It contains what is without needing to explain. There's no requirement for peace to feel earned. You don't have to earn rest by finishing something first. Rest isn't a reward. It's just an allowance granted when you stop pretending you can control every moment. You aren't behind or ahead. You're not late or early. There's only this. The way your body lies in its own shape, breathing through time without measuring it, as though each breath were simply part of how time passes and nothing else. Your thoughts don't need to be silenced. They just need to stop being followed. They can move across your awareness like birds flying over a field at night, visible
only by the way they break the air above grass that doesn't care whether they're coming or going.
You don't have to decide what to do with them. You don't have to send them away or welcome them in. There's no need for rules about how your mind should behave. It can just be without being asked to perform, without needing permission. The blanket above you isn't holding you down. It's simply covering you as it has always done. Not with pressure, but with presence. You don't have to feel its weight. You only have to let it stay where it is, like a shadow that knows how to wait. Your skin doesn't need to be warm or cool, only that it feels what it feels without needing to name it or change it. The sensation of contact isn't meant to be understood. It's just there, like the hum of distant traffic heard through walls, not quite thick enough to block sound. You are not required to decide what happens next, because there is no next that needs deciding yet. The air around you settles like dust after a long silence, softly, without purpose, just existing in its own stillness. You can rest in the way your spine fits into the curve of the mattress, how it doesn't fight against you, but holds you with quiet familiarity, as though it already knows what you've been through and has no need to change anything about you now. Your arms lie where they fell, limp, unclaimed by urgency, not needing to be moved or arranged. You don't have to adjust your position. The shape of your body is allowed to stay exactly as it is, like a leaf caught in a current that stopped moving. There's no rule about how long you're supposed to stay awake. No invisible clock ticking towards some limit that must not be crossed. The night isn't counting minutes. It doesn't care if time feels slow or fast, stretched thin or packed tight with thoughts that won't let go. It simply continues on its own rhythm, like a river flowing under a bridge no one remembers building. Your breath moves in and out without any goal to reach. There's no need for it to be deep or even regular, only that it keeps happening, as naturally as the way shadows shift when light changes behind closed curtains. You might notice a sound you hadn't heard before. Not loud, but present. A low hum from somewhere distant, perhaps in the walls, perhaps outside where wires carry signals through the dark. It doesn't mean anything. It isn't trying to wake you or deliver a message. It's just there, like breath in the throat of someone sleeping nearby. Unnoticed, unimportant, and entirely neutral. You don't have to listen for patterns or figure out what it means.
The sound can be whatever it wants to be. No more than noise, no less than silence. Your legs feel heavier now, not because they're tired, but because gravity has stopped being a challenge. There's nothing to lift them with. They are allowed to stay where they are, sinking slightly into the bed like roots finding soil without effort. The blanket stays above you, not as protection or warmth, but simply as something that belongs there. Like an old coat left on a chair after someone walked away and never came back for it. There's no need to gather your thoughts before letting them go. They don't have to be polished or resolved or even remembered clearly. Some of them may surface without warning, like fish rising to the top of a still pool when something stirs beneath. But they won't stay there long. They'll drift again without you chasing after them, without needing to ask why they came, without wanting to know what they're about. You don't have to carry their weight. You can just watch as one floats by, then another, each disappearing into the dark, like a name said once and never repeated. It's okay that your mind keeps returning to things it already knows, things that feel unfinished or unresolved, not because they matter more than anything else, but because your attention has lingered there too long. You don't need to clean them up now. They aren't waiting for you to finish them. The past isn't asking you to fix it. It's only been holding still until you could stop moving through it. There's a quiet difference between being aware and being active in your awareness. Awareness doesn't demand action, only that something be noticed without reaction. You don't have to answer the thoughts when they come. They can arrive like visitors who never knock but just appear at the door of your mind, and you're not required to invite them inside or ask where they've been. You might simply observe, this thought has come, it's here now, and then it drifts away as easily as a cloud passing over water that doesn't reflect anything. You don't have to hold on to any version of yourself from earlier today. The one who was tense, alert, pushing forward toward something unclear. That person is no longer required to be present. You can let them go like an old sweater left behind in the back seat of a car, unneeded, unworn, forgotten. There's space around you, not because it's empty, but because there's nothing pressing to fill it.
It isn't waiting for you to speak or think or act. The silence doesn't want anything from you. It just is. Like still air in an attic that hasn't been touched in years. Undisturbed and without judgment. Your fingers rest where they are. Not curled into fists. Not stretched out too far. They don't need to do anything special. There's no demand for them to be useful or productive. They can simply be present as soft shapes, resting against the edge of fabric. Feeling its texture, the weave, the thread, how it shifts slightly when your hand moves just enough to shift position. You don't have to remember everything that happened today.
You're not being tested on what you said, what you meant, or whether anyone noticed anything about you. There's no report card for the day, no review of performance, no correction of tone, no edit to a sentence spoken too quickly. The night doesn't care how many times your mind rewound one moment. It simply lets it happen. There's nothing wrong with not knowing what will come tomorrow. You don't have to prepare yourself in advance. There's no need to imagine the morning light touching your eyes, or whether you'll feel ready when it does.
That moment isn't here yet, and there's no requirement for you to be waiting for it. You can let go of needing certainty, just as easily as letting a leaf drift down from a tree without catching it. The fact that something hasn't been decided doesn't mean it has to be. There's room in this quiet place for things not to have answers. Your chest rises and falls with no effort, like water rising slowly toward the surface after long stillness. It isn't trying to reach anything. It just moves because of what comes from inside, not because something outside demands it. The thought that you're tired doesn't need a reason. You don't have to justify your weariness or prove it's deserved. A body knows its own weight and has carried it for hours without complaint. There's no debt owed to the day. It hasn't asked anything of you beyond what you've already done. You can rest in the way that things exist quietly, not because they're doing something important, but simply because they are allowed to be. There is a space between thoughts, small, soft, barely noticeable, but it's there,
It doesn't ask for your attention. You don't have to search for it or hold on to it. It just stays when you stop pushing through the air with your mind. The darkness isn't trying to hide anything from you. It doesn't conceal secrets or wait in ambush. It simply is what it is, without needing to be known, without demanding presence. You don't have to look into it for meaning. It's not hiding something behind its surface. There's no deeper truth to find here. You don't have to make sense of your thoughts. You're not being asked to fix them, or organize them, or explain why they keep returning. They can stay as they are, unresolved, incomplete, unresolved again. The air feels different now. Not cool, not warm, but simply there, like a hand resting on the back of your neck without pressing down, just touching lightly and then letting go before you even realize it was there. There's no need to follow every direction your mind gives. You don't have to obey its suggestions or respond to its urgency. It can send signals, images, memories, fragments, but they aren't commands. They're like distant radio waves passing through the walls of a house where someone is sleeping, faint, uninvited, and not meant for you. You are allowed to not react. You don't have to take anything personally. The mind doesn't speak with intent. It only speaks because it has no choice but to move. And when it stops moving, that's okay too.
There's a rhythm in the way your body lets go. Small releases at first, like tiny breaths between larger ones, not planned or controlled, just happening. You don't have to guide them. They come naturally, as though your body knows what to do even when you aren't thinking about it. The weight beneath you is not a burden. It's an invitation. It doesn't ask for your approval or attention. It simply holds what you give it. You can lie there as long as you like, without needing to be anywhere else. No need to measure how much time has passed. No pressure to move towards sleep or away from wakefulness. The bed is not a place of achievement. It's a surface where stillness happens naturally, like water settling after the last ripple fades. Your legs feel longer than they were moments ago. Not because you stretched them, but because their shape has softened into the space beneath. There's no reason to keep listening for sounds beyond this room. The quiet is not empty. It's full of what doesn't need your name. A faint hum from somewhere far away. Maybe a refrigerator. Maybe nothing at all. Flows through the walls, without asking you to notice. It doesn't want anything from you. It just exists in its own frequency, like breath caught between two silences.
You don't have to decode it. There's no message hidden inside that low tone. Just listen if you wish, but even better, let it pass through your awareness as though it were air moving across skin, warm without intention. Your hands lie where they fell, not because of a decision, but simply because the body has released them into stillness. Fingers relaxed, palms open, not clenched in effort or shaped for holding something that isn't there. They don't need to do anything. There's no task left uncompleted, no gesture left unfinished. The shape of your hands now is not a performance. It's just what happens when you stop trying to make them mean something.
The thought about the morning doesn't come as an image or a plan. It arrives like a shadow passing over the floor. You don't have to follow it into the light. It can linger at the edge of your mind and still not be part of your attention. The room doesn't need you to fix anything. The walls are not waiting for repairs, nor is the ceiling asking to be examined. There's no flaw in any surface that demands your gaze. You're allowed to leave them untouched, just as they've always been. Your breath moves beneath your ribs with a quiet insistence. Not fast or slow, but steady and unhurried, like water flowing through stone at its own pace. It doesn't need to be deeper or longer. It just is. There's no reason for it to change unless you choose. And even then, the choice isn't made by thinking. It happens in the way your body settles between one breath and the next. Something shifts inside, smaller than a thought, quieter than silence. It doesn't announce itself with urgency or importance. It just appears. An absence of effort to stay awake. A softening around the edges of awareness. Like light beginning to fade from a room without anyone turning off the switch. The mind is still there, but not in charge. You don't need to keep track of which thoughts come and go. You can let them pass like clouds over distant hills, visible for a moment, then gone before you've named them. There's no rule that says you must recognize everyone. Some may return, others won't. That's fine. The sky doesn't worry about repetition. There is space between your shoulder blades where the weight of the day has settled. Not in resistance, but simply as a place it chose to rest. It isn't pressing down with force. It just occupies that hollow spot like a stone left behind after water recedes. You don't have to move it or explain its presence. It's not yours to carry any longer. A sound drifts from outside, distant, thin, almost forgotten. But you hear it without lifting your head. It could be a car passing down the street, footsteps on pavement, wind stirring loose paper, or perhaps nothing at all. What matters is not what caused it, but how it lands in your awareness as something that arrives and then dissolves back into stillness. Your feet feel heavier than they did earlier, not because of fatigue, but because they've stopped pretending to be ready for anything.
They aren't preparing to walk or stand. They're simply lying where they are, letting the blanket press against them in its own rhythm, folding over like fabric that remembers how to rest. There's no need to hold on to any memory, even one that feels important. If it comes back, let it stay only as long as it wants. You don't have to replay it or give it a conclusion. It can be incomplete and still exist in peace. The past doesn't demand closure.
It simply exists where it is, like an old book left on a shelf with the pages unturned. You can allow your thoughts to remain open-ended. That's not failure. That's release. There's no penalty for not finishing what you started. You don't have to close every loop or tie up every loose thread. The mind doesn't need to be tidy. It just needs space to wander, to pause, to sit in the quiet without rushing ahead. The air feels thicker now, not with effort, but with stillness, like a room after everyone has left and the dust hasn't settled yet. Nothing is happening, but everything is present. Your body doesn't need to be doing anything. It can simply be here, present in its own way, not for anyone else's benefit. There's no one watching you decide whether to sleep or stay awake. No judgment in the darkness. No voice that says, "You're not doing it right." You don't have to earn rest. It doesn't come through effort. It arrives when you stop chasing it. Your neck feels warm where the pillow meets skin, and that warmth spreads slowly, not as heat, but as a kind of release, like something inside loosening without being told to do so. There's no command in it, just quiet surrender, like roots letting go of soil they've held for years. You don't need to listen to your thoughts anymore. You can let them drift by like leaves caught in the current of a slow stream, moving forward, not because they want to reach anything, but simply because water carries them where it goes. The edges of your awareness have blurred, not into confusion, but into softness. There's no sharp line between what you feel and what you don't.
No need to define or label what happens next. It just is. Your fingers rest gently on the fabric of the blanket. No pressure, no movement, just contact without demand. The thread beneath them isn't asking for anything. It doesn't care whether they stay still or move again. It only exists in its own quiet way. There's a pause between one thought and the next. Not a silence, but a space where nothing is required. No need to fill it with sound or image. It can remain as it is, unmarked, untouched, unclaimed. You don't have to fix anything. You don't have to change what you're feeling. The tiredness isn't temporary. It's real, and it doesn't need permission to be here. There's no reason to worry about whether sleep will come or not.
It can arrive when it wants to, without your help. There's no contract between you and the night that says you must fall asleep by a certain time. The hours don't measure their value in wakefulness or stillness. The mind doesn't need to be fixed, nor does it need to be quieted. It can stay as it is, for now, without consequence. You are not responsible for keeping any thought from returning. You don't have to block the next one or warn against the next memory. They come and go like visitors who knock once and then walk away when no one answers. Your body doesn't need you to be aware of every shift, every release, every moment. It lets go. It knows how to relax without your instruction. The muscles in your back are unwinding slowly, not because you told them to, but because they've stopped resisting. There's a softness spreading through your arms, not from warmth, but from absence of effort. Like fabric that has been folded too long and now unfolds on its own. The darkness around you is not dark with threat. It doesn't hide danger or judgment. It simply holds the shape of this room, the way the walls curve inward toward the center where you lie. You don't have to be somewhere else when your thoughts won't stop. You can stay exactly here, in this quiet space, without needing to solve anything. Your breath has found its own rhythm again. Not because you guided it, but because it remembered how. It moves through your chest like a quiet tide that doesn't require direction, only presence. The air in the room is still not cold, not warm, just steady, holding space between your skin and what lies beyond. You don't need to check if it's comfortable. It simply is. There's no demand for approval from anywhere. The weight of your body sinks into the mattress like a shadow settling after dusk, not sinking in protest, but surrendering with ease, as though the bed has always been waiting for this exact shape, this quiet collapse. The fabric beneath you breathes too, slowly, evenly, not as cloth, but as something that remembers being pressed down and rising again over time. No one asked it to hold you. It does so without effort. There's a sound in the distance, a soft hum, barely there, and it doesn't ask anything of your attention. You don't need to name it or wonder where it comes from. It exists like a quiet note left behind by the night itself, not meant for listening, but for being heard only when you're already letting go. Your shoulder rests against the pillow's edge, and that point of contact feels less like pressure than continuity, like two things meeting without needing to change one another. The skin on your arm is still warm from earlier movement, though now there's no motion behind it. It stays where it is, not resisting, not reaching forward. There's a softness in the way your elbow bends, not tight, not stiff, but like a curve that has been softened by time and rest. You don't have to decide what comes next. You don't need to plan for arrival or departure. The mind can wander through its own rooms, the ones it built over years without being asked to stay or leave. It doesn't matter if memories rise up like smoke from a distant fire that you never lit. They drift without permission and vanish just as quietly. There's no rule that says your thoughts must return to the same place each time they begin. The fingers are still, not because they've been told to be, but because they no longer feel a reason to move. They don't need to grasp or point or warn. They simply rest. The air flows through your nose and out again with no demand for rhythm. No urgency in the way it enters. It doesn't have a job beyond being present, just moving through you as if guided by nothing but its own quiet logic. The space behind your eyes is not empty, yet it isn't full either. There's room, not because you made it, but because something has stopped pushing against it. You don't need to clear the mind. You don't have to polish or organize what's inside. It doesn't need repair. It only needs time.
time that isn't measured by how fast things go, but by how long they stay still. There's no scorecard for whether a thought was useful or not. No ledger of worth. The room holds its shape without needing you to confirm it. The walls don't tremble when silence stretches too far. They simply remain. The curve where the ceiling meets the floor. The quiet corner behind the chair. All present in their own way. You're not required to notice any part of them. They exist whether or not you are aware.
There's a moment, just one, where your awareness feels like it has slipped between two states, neither fully awake nor entirely asleep. It hovers, not needing to choose, not deciding what to believe or where to go. There's no direction in that space. It just is, without argument, like a leaf floating on water, not knowing whether it will drift north or south. You don't have to carry the weight of what happened today. You don't need to repeat it for accuracy or clarity. It doesn't matter if you remember every detail or forget them all. The past isn't waiting for your permission to stay in place. It stays not because you hold on to it, but because it no longer needs your attention. The rhythm of your breath slows further, not because you asked it to, but because the body knows how long silence should last. There's a soft pause between one exhalation and the next, a space that isn't waiting for anything. It doesn't need a new thought to fill it. It can remain untouched. You don't have to be ready. You don't have to feel calm or peaceful or safe. The body knows how to rest even when the mind is still restless. There's no performance in this kind of letting go. No audition, no trial run. Just release, like a thread coming undone after years of tension. Your back feels longer now, not stretched, but softened through absence of effort. Like fabric that has been folded too tightly and finally uncrinkled without anyone touching it. It unfolds on its own, not because someone told it to, but because the weight no longer demands resistance. There's a sound somewhere, faint, far off. A door closing with softness, or perhaps just wind against glass. You don't need to identify it. You don't have to wonder if it means anything. It simply happens. And then it doesn't happen again. Not right away. There's no reason to keep listening. Your toes are curled slightly. Not in tension, but because the blanket has shifted over them. Just enough to make contact with skin that no longer expects movement. The fabric lies across you like something that remembers being worn and now is simply returning to stillness. There's a soft pressure where your hip meets the mattress. A point of balance, not effort. It doesn't need adjustment or attention. It just exists in its own way. Like the earth holding trees without needing them to grow faster. Or water holding stones without weighing itself down. You don't have to decide whether you're tired enough. You don't have to measure how much rest your body has earned. The fatigue isn't a debt. It's not something that needs paying off. It's just here, as real as the air in your lungs or the warmth beneath your skin. There's no need to rush towards sleep. No urgency to leave this place behind. You can stay in the space between waking and drifting, where thoughts come without demand and silence settles like dust after a storm. Your hands don't have to do anything. Your breath doesn't have to follow any pattern. The mind doesn't have to stop thinking. It can keep wandering through rooms it's known for years. No need to tidy them or close the doors behind. They stay open, not because you left them that way, but because they don't care. There's a quiet between your thoughts, not silence, not emptiness, but something like stillness after motion has slowed too much to be noticed. It doesn't ask for anything. It just is. And in that space, there's room. More than enough for the body to keep breathing, even if only faintly. The darkness around you isn't cold or heavy. It holds no judgment, no memory of how long you've been lying here. It simply exists, the way a shadow does when it doesn't need to be seen. There's no demand for light, no need to explain why things are dim. Your shoulders feel lower now, not because they were high before, but because the effort to hold them up has stopped without warning. They sink gently into space, not falling, but releasing as if gravity had finally remembered its role. There's a softness in your face, around the jawline, at the corners of your mouth. That wasn't there moments ago. It didn't arrive with intention. It came from somewhere deeper than awareness. A shift that happened while you weren't watching. You don't have to keep track of how much time has passed. You don't need to measure sleep by minutes or hours. The night doesn't care if it's been 2 or 12. It just flows like a river with no destination, only movement. A stillness settles behind your eyes, not because you've closed them, but because there's nothing left to push against. The air between your eyelids feels thickened by time spent not seeing, as if each breath has carried the weight of a slow unspooling thread through hours that didn't demand being named. Your neck no longer holds itself upright. There is no need for it to remember how. It rests where gravity pulls without resistance, like roots in soil that have long since stopped waiting for rain. The blanket shifts again, not with purpose, not as a signal, but because warmth moves when heat finds its way through fibers and air alike. You don't track the motion. You let the fabric settle over your legs like something returning to stillness after being stirred by wind. The edge of it brushes against your ankle in no particular order, no urgency, no meaning, and then remains there as though it had always belonged. There's a shape forming now, not in space, not on skin, but inside awareness, where thoughts begin their quiet retreat. Not gone, but softened into background. The way light fades at the edge of dusk, not disappearing entirely, just becoming part of what surrounds the moment without demanding attention. They don't need to be useful or still or even warm. The space between your fingers is allowed to stay that way. A gap without a name. A pause with no function. Outside, there is nothing asking for arrival or departure. No footsteps on pavement. No voices rising above distance. Even the wind has paused its argument against glass, no longer testing whether it can be heard through thickened air. It rests too, in silence that doesn't feel empty, but full of what isn't being said. There is a warmth beneath your ribs, not heat from effort, not tension, but something older, like sunlight absorbed by stone after a long winter and slowly releasing its memory into the quiet hours before dawn. You don't need to understand where it came from or why it's there now. It exists in layers,
like soil built up over decades without anyone noticing. Your thoughts aren't stopping because you've decided they should. They're not slowing down out of obedience, nor are they being chased away by a command no one spoke aloud. Instead, the mind is beginning to notice its own habits as separate from itself. The way fog rises above fields and leaves behind shapes that don't belong to any particular tree or path. You can feel it now. The distance between an idea and your attention to it. Like looking at something through glass so clear you forget there's a barrier. The thought arrives, not with force, but like rain hitting dry earth. No echo, no need for response. It sinks in quietly, then stays where it lands. The body isn't asking for rest because it has earned it or deserves it. It simply is resting as things do when they stop resisting motion. There's a softness spreading along your spine that wasn't there before. Not pain, not stiffness, but the slow unfolding of posture after years of carrying itself in places too tight to name. There's no need to be anywhere else. No reason for urgency or arrival. The night doesn't require you to finish anything. No list remains open because nothing ever needed completing. Even memory has slowed down. What once felt sharp now glides like a leaf on water, not tearing the surface, but simply moving with it. A sound comes, a single note from somewhere far off. Not music, not alarm, but something that might be a door hinge, turning in late air, or the creak of wood settling after hours without strain. It doesn't call for anything. It doesn't demand you listen longer than its own end allows. You don't need to wonder if it's real or imagined. There is no reason to care. Your breath moves with less effort, not because you're trying to make it lighter, but because the air has grown heavier in your lungs, not from holding on, but from being held by something larger than yourself. It doesn't need a rhythm. It doesn't have to be deep or shallow or even regular. The body knows how to breathe without instructions. You don't need to decide whether you're falling asleep. You don't need to confirm that your eyelids are closed or that your muscles have gone slack. They simply are in their own time and way, like clouds drifting across a sky with no destination beyond movement itself. Your shoulders aren't sinking because they've given up. They're lowering because the weight of carrying them has stopped being necessary. There's space between each breath where nothing needs to happen. No arrival, no departure, just presence. quiet as dust settling on old paper.
A memory rises, not sharp or clear, but soft-edged, like a photograph left out in rain. You don't reach for it. It doesn't ask you to remember its name or what happened before or after. It floats through awareness without pressing forward, not seeking your attention, but simply passing by, like smoke from a fire that burned itself out long ago. There is no reason to follow anything now. No need to see where the thought goes once it leaves your mind's surface. You don't have to know if you'll remember this moment tomorrow or in 10 years. It doesn't matter whether you're awake, half asleep, dreaming. The only truth that remains, something has stopped moving. Your feet are no longer trying to press into floorboards they've never touched. They lie where gravity places them. Warm at the tips, quiet under fabric, unaware of any journey ahead or behind. The souls don't remember standing, nor do they care about walking again. The air in your chest is still not from holding it, but because there's no need to release anything into words you won't speak aloud. It stays as it is, a quiet fullness that doesn't require filling up or emptying out. There's a silence now not built on absence, but made of what remains when nothing else demands space. Not emptiness, not noiseless void, but the kind of stillness found in rooms where no one has spoken for hours, and yet something continues to exist between walls. Something that doesn't depend on being seen or known. Your mind isn't clearing out because you've told it to stop. It's loosening, not by force, nor through will, but like a knot coming undone when the thread is finally allowed to be still. There are no new decisions left to make, no questions waiting for answers. The night doesn't ask anything of you except that you stay where you are, exactly as you are, and let time move without needing your permission. The edges of thought blur, not because they're fading, but because there's nowhere left to go. You don't need to guard against them or guide their path. They simply drift through the dark like leaves on a river that doesn't care about direction, only flow. You can feel the warmth beneath you, spreading slowly upward, not rushing toward your chest, not demanding attention, but moving with no urgency except its own existence. Your jaw unclenches without notice. Your tongue rests in place as if it had forgotten how to speak, but also stopped wanting to. The muscles around your eyes release their light tension, the kind that forms when you've been trying too long to stay awake, not because of alertness, but from habit. There's no need for control here, no requirement to be anything at all. Not sharp, not calm, not asleep or dreaming. You are simply allowed to remain in the space where nothing needs fixing and nothing requires naming. The shift occurs, not sudden, not marked by change, but like water finding its level after a long drought. The body settles into itself with no effort required, as if it had been waiting for permission all along, and finally received it without knowing what was being granted. You don't have to keep track of time or measure how much has passed since you began lying still. There's only now, the quiet moment between one breath and the next, where nothing needs fixing, no thought requires completion. There's no effort required for your arms to lie where they've fallen, no intention behind their position, no memory of how they came there. They are not doing anything now except being. The skin on the backs of your hands feels slightly warmer than the rest, as if heat had gathered in the places that once reached out and never quite returned. It doesn't ask for use. It simply stays present, like a quiet signal from somewhere deeper inside. I am here. I have been still long enough. Your breath slows, not because you've decided to slow it, but because there's nowhere left for it to go. There is no need to rise into the throat, no urgency to push air out in measured ways or pull it back with control. It moves on its own, light and shallow, as if the body has finally stopped trying to manage it. The rhythm doesn't form a pattern. It just exists like the pulse of water through old stone, slow enough that you can almost believe nothing is moving at all. The silence now isn't empty. It's full in a way that does not require filling. It carries what remains after everything has paused. The faint hum of electricity from some distant house or transformer. The soft creak of wood settling under unseen pressure. The quiet shift of air between one wall and another, as if space itself is shifting its weight slightly. These are not sounds to be tracked, nor voices to be recognized. They simply appear like thoughts that arrive without a name, and then fade back into the dark, leaving no trace but their presence. You don't have to listen for them or make sense of their shape. You can let each one pass through awareness, like dust in sunlight, visible only because it catches light, not because it matters. They drift by as if they've forgotten why they came, unhurried and unclaimed. No need to answer. No reason to respond. There is a quiet between the sounds, the space where nothing happens at all. Not absence, not silence. Something else. A pause that doesn't ask for attention, yet holds everything. It's not waiting for you to wake up or fall asleep. It simply is, like gravity beneath your skin, like breath when no one is counting. The thoughts don't disappear, nor do they stay. They move through the dark of your awareness, as if traveling a river that has no source and no destination. You can feel their passage, not by following them, but by noticing how the air changes after they've passed. A softening in the way things seem to rest just afterward, like water returning to stillness after something floats by. There is no need for closure on anything. No final word required. No sentence needing completion. The mind doesn't have to finish what it started. It can leave everything open-ended, like a door left slightly ajar in an empty room. No one will come through. No one needs to. The space remains, not because it's waiting, but because nothing has asked for it to close. The weight of your legs grows deeper into the bed, not as pressure, but as permission. Letting go without force. It is not that you are tired. It is that fatigue no longer feels like a burden. They are no longer braced against what might happen tomorrow or yesterday or now. There is only this, the quiet of muscles releasing after long hours of standing still without knowing it. The air inside your chest doesn't expand and contract in rhythm with expectation. It stays where it is, not because it's trapped, but because there's no need to move. It remains full, not from breath nor from effort, but as a kind of quiet presence, like the moment between two heartbeats when time forgets itself. There is no story being told here, no narrative needing resolution, just the slow unfolding of stillness, not unlike how snow settles on grass after it has stopped falling, without ceremony, without explanation, simply because that's what happens when something stops moving. Your hands feel heavier now, not from fatigue, but from belonging, as if they've returned to a place where weight is not an issue and holding is no longer required. They rest like stones in soft earth, not buried, not floating, but exactly where they are meant to be. You don't have to remember the shape of your body tonight. You don't need to name any part. The only thing that matters is how it feels, how the skin connects with fabric, how warmth spreads from the core outward, how pressure settles into bones without demanding anything in return. The night does not ask for proof of sleep. It doesn't demand awareness or effort. It simply offers space, not because you deserve it, but because no one has to earn stillness. It is given freely, like air, like darkness, like the way water holds its shape when left alone. There are moments that come without warning, like a hand placed gently on your shoulder in a dream, or the softest sound of rain touching glass after a long pause. They don't ask for attention. You don't need to respond. They arrive and leave as if they were never part of anything at all. But you can feel their passing like a breath that wasn't yours. The mind doesn't have to stay quiet. It doesn't have to stop thinking. But it no longer needs to care about the thoughts themselves. Only that they come and go, unclaimed and unnamed, without leaving marks on your intention. There is no need for judgment, no place where things must be fixed or explained. The body moves not toward sleep, but away from striving. It doesn't reach for rest. It simply stops reaching at all. The dark around you isn't cold. It's thick with stillness, like a fabric woven from silence. and time. You don't need to step into it. You're already inside it. You've been here for longer than you know, though not in the way that memory would count. Your breathing slows further, not because you're trying, but because there is no reason left to keep going. The air stays where it is, no rush to fill or empty. It simply exists, like a moment suspended between two things that never meet. The edges of awareness grow softer, not from fading, but from not needing definition.
You don't have to hold onto anything now. There's no need to be aware of being aware. Just the quiet presence of what is, without effort, without aim. There is room in this space for everything and nothing at all. No story required, no meaning demanded, only a kind of breathing that has forgotten it ever needed words. You don't have to do anything now except let yourself be carried by stillness. Not because you're asleep, but because you've stopped trying to stay awake. The mind doesn't need to finish what it began. It can leave things open, like letters left on a table, unsealed and unnamed. No one will come to read them. They don't need to be answered.
They are simply allowed to remain, unclaimed, untouched, still in the moment between intention and action. The warmth beneath you spreads not toward your chest or head, but into the space where nothing happens, yet everything continues. It doesn't ask for anything back. It doesn't want to be noticed. It just is. Like a hand resting on a blanket after someone has walked away. The shape of your body is softening into the bed, like a name forgotten after years of silence, no longer important enough to recall, yet still present as if it had always belonged here. The weight beneath you isn't pressing down in demand. It's simply there, resting without reason or expectation. You don't have to adjust for comfort because comfort has already found you. Not through effort, but by omission. There is no need to fix anything now. No thread that must be pulled taut. No knot to untie. The air around your skin carries no message, makes no request. It moves as if it's been waiting all along to settle into the quiet between heartbeats. A sound drifts in, so faint, you're not sure if it came from outside or from somewhere deeper inside the room. A creak of wood, maybe, or a shift in temperature that passes like a memory of warmth. It arrives without warning, and vanishes just as quietly, leaving no trace but the faintest echo of motion behind. You don't need to place where it came from. There's no reason to answer. The moment isn't asking for your attention. It's only passing through, like something that was never meant to stay. Your breath has slowed so much that it feels less like movement and more like a pause between two things that were already close enough not to need words. It doesn't rise or fall with purpose. It lingers in the middle of your chest as if suspended, floating just above where effort might begin. You don't have to guide it. There's no direction for it to go, no destination. Just a quiet stillness that holds its shape without resistance. The space between thoughts has grown wider than before, not because you've cleared it out, but because the thoughts themselves are moving more slowly, like leaves drifting across water long after the current has stopped. They pass through your awareness, not as interruptions, but as visitors who come and go without knocking. You don't need to greet them or bid them farewell. They arrive with no name, leave with no explanation. One lingers a moment longer than others, faint, shapeless. But even that doesn't demand anything from you. It simply stays for a breath before dissolving into nothing. You can feel the fabric against your arms now, not as something to be noticed, but as part of what it means to exist in this place. The weave is loose and soft, worn smooth by time and touch, holding heat without effort. It doesn't cling or pull. It only stays where it's meant to be, resting on your skin like a second layer of silence. You don't have to think about how it feels. It simply is. And so do you. There's no need for the mind to stay awake. Not because sleep is coming, but because waking has become unnecessary. There is nowhere to go and nothing left to prove. The body doesn't push forward toward rest. Instead, it begins to release its own momentum, letting gravity take over without hesitation. It's not that you're falling asleep. You're simply no longer fighting the way things are. A thought appears, light as dust caught in sunlight. But this time, it isn't followed by a chain of others. It doesn't reach for meaning or follow through with consequence. It rests there, unchallenged and unclaimed, like a word that was never meant to be spoken aloud. You don't need to decide what it means. There's no requirement to interpret, reflect, or respond. It floats in the quiet space between breaths and then drifts away. Not because you released it, but because it had nowhere else to go. The room isn't empty, yet there is no sense of fullness either. It holds things without storing them. Sounds arrive and are absorbed like rain into soil. No splash. No echo. Just quiet absorption. There's a soft hum from somewhere distant. A machine working far away, or the faintest vibration in walls that have long forgotten how to speak. But you don't need to identify it. You aren't even listening anymore. It isn't important whether it continues or stops. The silence is already there, deeper than sound. You are not trying to stop thinking. There is no target set for stillness. You're simply allowing thoughts to pass like birds flying across a sky you don't need to name. They leave behind only the faintest impression. A shift in air pressure, a momentary shadow, and then they're gone. No residue. There's no need to move or reposition. The space around you holds every possibility without demanding that any one of them come true. There is a rhythm here, not one made by time or effort, but something quieter, older. It pulses not in your chest, but beneath it, like the deep stillness between waves on an ocean far from shore. You don't need to feel it as proof. You're already part of it, part of the quiet that exists when nothing needs to be said. A breath comes, not from struggle, not from intention, but because there's no reason for it not to come. It arrives softly, like a word spoken in a language